the 2024 Jug. So great to see everybody here. I'm seeing some familiar faces I've seen in the past. I'm seeing some new faces, and I'm absolutely thrilled. I'm hoping everybody's had a fantastic morning. I just want to kick off the festivities with the boring housekeeping stuff. The bathrooms are, you got to bang a right and then bang another right, and the room with the toilets is the one you're looking for. In case of a fire, you just go down the stairs and go to the courtyard. What else do I want to say? There's going to be prizes today. That's another thing I wanted to remind you of. So everybody keep attentive and don't fall asleep at the tables because you won't win a prize. Just to get us all kind of in the mood for an awesome event, I am going to do a little bit of an icebreaker activity. This has now become like a bit of a tradition for us. This is my favorite icebreaker, and everybody's come to love it. So for my icebreaker, I need help from my wonderful assistants. I need Luke, Matt, Daniel, and Charlie to please join me on the stage. Now, one fantastic thing about Jug this year is that we have some of our Jade Platform engineers here. This is their first Jug, and I thought as a great initiation to their first Jug that they're going to help me with this. And they did not know that they were doing this until this moment. So yay, don't tell HR. So please take a look at the pile of papers you have on your tables. Surprised you haven't done this already. There is a question on that table. And that question is, if you could maximize one aspect of your life right now, whether that's a skill, an area of knowledge, or an experience, what would that be? And why? And if you could write that down on the papers, write down your answers, think about it. Don't think about it too long, because these guys are sitting there being like, oh my God, why am I here? The reason we went with this is this year's theme is maximize. See what I did there? I see some great writing. Good job. Some people done. Some people are putting their pages face down. They don't want to share their answers. Yeah. So as well, I recognize I did ask you if you could maximize one aspect of your lives. I don't want any crude humor. Okay, gentlemen? None of that? Mm-hmm. So, all right, are we all ready? Are we all feeling good about our answers? I have some shaking heads of people being like, I've been up since 5 o'clock in the morning. I can't think. What are you doing to me? Sorry. Okay, we ready? Oh yeah, that's a great idea. Well, I got to get out of the way because I don't want to get hit. Yeah, where should I put them? Where's a good, I think I'm going to get, two of you to stay on this side, for that side of the room. Two of you, please, on this side of the room. I'm okay. Don't do that. Yeah, don't stay too close to the edge. Sneaks up on you. All right, now everybody crumple up your answers. Now, when I count to 3, I want everybody to stand up and throw your snowballs at our lovely assistants and not me. I'm getting out of the way. I'm getting out of the way. All right, 1, everybody stand. Come on. What is this? You need leverage. Throw hard. 1, 2, 3, go throw. Yay! And now Ross is going to help me. Ross, stand up. Get over here. Yay, fantastic. Read some of these great answers. Oh my gosh, some of you bound these so tightly. All right, what are we looking to maximize today? Find more time to do more cool stuff. I completely agree. I know what that's like. Oh, fabulous. Some strong arms from over the back. Uncrumple them for me. Sheesh. Assistant, you're fired. No, come back. I need you. What are you looking to maximize? Learning just about to start a new role. That's fantastic. Yeah, learning is fantastic. Running, also an unknown word. Fitness, and another unknown word, but probably all to do with exercise and stuff. That's all very important. Yes, good. Becoming a father, maximizing a family. Oh my gosh, I don't know who that is, but I definitely want to talk. That's so lovely. Getting integration between systems to be more effective. Absolutely. That's what it's all about today, isn't it? Height. Someone's wishing they were like that song. I wish I were a little bit taller. I get it. Okay. Hey. Break more targets on the range. I don't know if that's metaphoric for work or like literal gun stuff, but they made it into a paper airplane, and I appreciate that. All right, one more, and then I think I better go tidy up. Oh, no, I got to get some from this side of the room. No, thank you, no. That was, I'm not even going to read that one. This one I want. Holidays. Yeah, absolutely. I do too. Parenting. Oh yeah, that's always good. So rewarding, that. All right, lovely. Well, good. Now we're all like feeling loose and feeling good, and we can really properly start the event. So give yourselves a round of applause. Please applaud my amazing assistants who didn't know I would be doing this to them. Thank you so much. All right. Now that we're all ready to begin, I would like to invite my lovely CEO, Justin Mercer, to please come to the stage.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mariann. I know I really appreciate that sort of energy in the morning, especially having a 3, 5, and 7-year-old. I can't blame it on jet lag, but getting that sort of boost definitely helps me in the morning. I mean, I love this event. This is my second time speaking here, and for those who were here last year, I was just about to step into the CEO role. So of my 12 years at Jade, about 10 of those have been in Sydney, and really being in market and being close to customers and customers' problems and hearing what you're doing is what really excites me. So today I would encourage you all to share those stories, ask challenging questions of the team, because that's how we're going to get the most out of today. I think, am I just clicking this one? While we work through the clicking, I think the other bit which is really exciting for me is I think back to what makes Jade special for me, and sometimes I have to pinch myself when I see logos go past or I hear stories around the types of systems that critical mission systems that the team support day in, day out. And not everyone at Jade is as energetic and bubbly and outspoken maybe as Mariann. Some of them are quite humble and just go behind the scenes doing their thing. And that's cool too, because some of these systems that we've built and support really do underpin the economies across New Zealand, Australia, and the UK. And I think it's worth acknowledging that, and some of those SaaS systems that we built and support keep us safe. And I just wanted to touch on that briefly before I go into a little bit about our results for the year, because I think it's easy sometimes to take it for granted. I've seen a few coffee cups around the tables today. The chances are that getting that milk tested, getting it processed, and getting the farmers paid was all done by a Jade system, and not just here in New Zealand, but through our partners actually all around the world. I think about 26 countries. And I was talking to Desley just before. I don't know if Stuart's going to get to Hobbiton Village when he's here, but as one of our top tourist attractions, to actually get tickets there and help the operators run that business is all run by a Jade platform and through Sam and the team. And so, these, when I'm going to the biggest retailer in New Zealand and I'm buying the next Barbie doll for the next 5th birthday, ensuring that there's stock on the shelves is there all powered by a Jade system. Whether some of you out there are chasing 10x, 100x returns on AI chip companies at the moment, chances are that it was a Jade system that helped monitor the transactions behind the scene, that there was nothing dodgy going on. And so all of this really makes me proud about who we are and proud about what our customers and our partners are doing in the world. And so I think it's worthwhile taking a moment to recognise the impact we have. Even if you're out there hunting for a better electricity deal, it's a Jade system that's helping you switch. So there's so many little elements all around the world right now which are being powered by Jade, and I think that's really cool. The journey we've been on, and we'll talk a little bit about the financial numbers, but it's not all profit for us. We've been really excited to announce that we've been B Corp certified, so that's where we really balance profit and purpose, and that's something that we will look to build on more this year, and that has a whole bunch of elements around what we're doing for gender diversity in the workplace, through to how we're connected in and making an impact in our community, not only through technology. Catching up here with some slides. There we go. Mariann, I think we know who you are now. Okay, so a little bit about the year that was at Jade. We had a really good year. We've had a step up commercially from where we were previously, and that's important for us because it gives us choices. So, I mentioned before, we're balancing performance and profit with purpose, but that gives us choices to reinvest in our people, reinvest in the platform, and the sort of features we want to enable in the platform to enable you, and some other new things. And I know you'll see some of that later in the session today. It's not only about the platform itself. Quite often it's around getting close to you and understanding what some of the problems are in your businesses and how we could help solve those. So we've seen a growth in the services business. I'm not sure if it's widely known, but Jade Third Eye, our SaaS product, has Jade Platform at its heart. So that is a SaaS product which is running out New Zealand, the UK, and Australia, and that's seen probably about a compounded average growth rate of around 40% year on year for the last 4 years. So, every time that is growing, there's another Jade Platform piece running out there, and that is processing millions and millions of transactions, whether it's through banking or gaming, and making sure that there's nothing dodgy going on, and people aren't exploiting those systems to launder money. So really proud of the work that the team have been doing there. As I mentioned before, that sort of performance in terms of profit enables us to reinvest. In 2023, we invested 6.6 million back into our products. That will grow again this year. And so there will be really concerted effort around making sure that that money is well spent on features that you, the community, want to adopt and is going to enable. So, when you've got Dean and Andy and up here talking about that, it's not a one-way street. It's about you thinking about, okay, how's this going to play out in my business? And because the big win for us is that as we release Jade 2024, you're all clambering to get that, so that enables you to do something more, gives you an advantage in the marketplace, whether you're bidding for new work, Sam, or Desley, and so that's really important, that two-way street. We've touched on the B Corp being B Corp certified. This next one, I think, for me is having spent so much time in the market and customer facing, is something I'm really proud of. An NPS score of almost 72%. That's up there with the Teslas and the Apples of the world. It's not an easy feat. So well done to my Jade team to get there, and well done for everyone who's participated in those surveys. And it's something that we really want to strive for and build on. And I think just my shout out there is, if I know when you see these surveys come through, we try and only limit them sort of once or twice a year, but it's only a couple of minutes, and getting that feedback through is taken seriously. We read it at the exec table. We go through those NPS comments, and so please, whether it's picking up the phone and talking to us directly or through a survey, we really value all that feedback. We did a bit of a reorg within Jade last year, so that was to make us leaner and more focused into 4 business units and 2 supporting functions. Through that process, we also promoted 49 of our people, so something that we are really I'm really passionate about giving opportunities. Working on these mission critical systems is one thing and growing as a business, but I think that's something quite cool that you can be here in Auckland or in Christchurch or anywhere else around New Zealand and work for businesses that are making an impact globally and giving you the opportunity. We've sent some of our staff over to Skipton last year. We're going to be doing more exchanges, and so the opportunity to move around the business is something that we'll continue to build on. And then finally, from a gender pay gap perspective, when under my predecessor about 5 years ago, our pay gap started at around 12%, almost 13%, and then is down closer to around just under that 2% now. So that's something that we're really looking to stay within, and something that we're being thoughtful and mindful of as we build capability at Jade. This is probably a diagram you saw last year for anyone who was at JUG last year. So I just wanted to recap on how we went against that. There were 3 big areas of focus for us last year. One was around platform optimization, and when we talk about platform optimization, it is really around that enabling features. So you'll hear Dean talk about event streaming today and other API features. What that's all about is how can you extract more value from your system. A common thing you'll hear when you're talking to people in this room is, we've had a Jade system for 10, 15 years. It's super reliable and safe. Well, if you think about that investment, not only in the initial build of that, but then all the domain knowledge and the additional data that you've got in that, one thing that we're really cognizant of is how do we enable you to extract value from those 10 or 15 years you've already put in. So the team under Andy have been getting closer to the partner community. We'll be doing more of that. We ran a breakfast event with some of the business leaders this morning from different organisations to kick off, and you'll see more of that this year. Jade Third Eye, we did a number of features that we delivered into it this year to handle more complex cases. So what we're seeing there is larger customers are choosing Jade Third Eye now for their anti-money laundering needs. Customers with over 2-3 million in terms of customer bases, hundreds of millions in terms of transaction volumes are using the system. So we introduced things like case management, more integration to the regulator to streamline those flows, and we continue to see a lot of growth in that space. And finally on the group partnering piece, it is a journey. We've made some really good progress on that, and there's more to go, but and lead into our role with Skipton Group under Stuart's leadership. It really has been a shift. I'm very fortunate that I've stepped into the role at Jade at the same time, around the same time Stuart stepped in and come in with a group mindset and how we can be stronger together. So that's seeing us do more in terms of how we help add more functionality and capability into the group, whether that's self-service type functionality for their members and the home lending journeys they're on, through to supporting some of their other mission critical systems, and one of those is their international bank they have in Guernsey, which, by the way, I just learnt where Guernsey is, and that's a story into itself. So I'm sure Stuart can cover more about the ins and outs of Guernsey. And then finally, we are this group as well. A lot of the things that we'll be doing with Skipton are applicable to other customers, whether it's directly if you're in the lending space, or indirectly. A lot of these digital self-service journeys, you can swap out the domain, and a lot of it is applicable. So, a big part from us is then how do we play our role in the group and bring that back to this partner community. And ultimately, through all that, we'll be looking at bringing new products to market as well. I'm not going to announce any new products today on stage, but it is something that we're actively working on behind the scenes. I think finally, the big things that are really helping to shape our thinking going into this year is there are some really big trends that we're seeing in the marketplace, and I'm sure it's keeping some of you awake at night, whether it's directly in your roles as founders or execs or through the teams that you report into. But I mean, the explosion we're seeing in generative AI is moving at such a pace that, it's almost week to week business models are being created and disrupted. We're leaning into that at Jade. So some of the demos we'll show is how we're looking at how you harness some of these technologies on top of your Jade system, and doing that in quite a pragmatic way. We realize that it's not about just the shiny stuff over here. It's around really how to use that in practical use cases that take into consideration the mission critical systems that you run. It's all well and good being a startup and using an AI bot to build everything from scratch. It's another thing where you've got millions of customers relying on you. You've got a regulator that regulates your business, and it's not so easy just to switch these things on. So we're here to help share what we're learning in that space, learn from you if you're doing things in that space and how we can help. And we do think that's going to disrupt our industry, the software industry, and we also think it's going to disrupt a number of other industries, and we're starting to see that already. The next 3 points there, I think, really speak to the fact that we are in an environment of rising costs, and a lot of that is due to some of the transitions we're seeing going on in the world. We've got a big challenge ahead of us as a society. Are we going to burn up the planet? Are we going to be able to live on this globe in 100 years? And there's a big move to energy transition, and there's lots of different schools of thoughts, obviously, around to what degree and how that happens. But we are seeing that will come at a cost, and there will be opportunities from that, whether it's in the lending space, and there'll be a cost to that in terms of regulations. So that we're seeing supply chains be disrupted, obviously, with the US and China ongoing decoupling in the world and what that means. We've seen that even through the shipping lanes, through the Middle East, as conflict there has happened between Palestine and Israel, and Ukraine and Russia, and those wars. And then on top of that, we've got a rising aging population base, especially in the West, and what that means for the taxpayer base that we work off. And so I think in summary, all these big things that are coming together, really for me, 2 things stand out. One, I have no doubt that you're all being challenged to do more with less. How do you maximize what you've already got and be smart around what you put on top of that? And the other big thing is, I have no doubt in my mind that through disruption there are opportunities. So being thoughtful about those, but also how do you create space to do experiments and test and learn as those changes in the market occur. So what are we doing at Jade for the year ahead? We are going to be investing more in our AI capabilities. That's already underway. Further work we'll be doing, whether it's training and doing things like hackathons that we're already doing, creating space for our engineers and our people to upskill, and also investing in the enabling technologies of the platform, because without that you can't actually use some of these tools. So that's on the technology side. I've mentioned the leverage of the Skipton group. Stuart will talk about that size and scale, but that is a real advantage for us at Jade. I think in the past we've been a little bit of an arm's length relationship, and we are really leaning into the benefits that give us at Jade, and how we bring those benefits back here to this sort of group, and also from our ambitions for growth and new product. We're going to be working more closely with you. So whether it's events like this, Jug, which are once a year, whether it's people like Ian and Sharon and others around the room here who are meeting with you on one-to-ones, or whether it's smaller events like we've done, we really want to get closer to some of the things the problems you're facing in market, or the opportunities. And that's going to make us more informed, and then that's going to fold into our roadmap and our investment, which I think will enable you as well. And on top of that, through all those processes, we're going to keep your systems running first and foremost. We're not going to drop the ball on that, and we're going to use that to identify new SaaS product opportunities. So I think in closing, we really value the partner and the customer community. We want to amp that up, maximize that. I think we're stronger together as a group. We're seeing that already. And with that in mind, I'd like to welcome Stuart to the stage to talk a little about Skipton Group. Thank you.
All right, so he said I'm going to talk about Skipton Group. Actually, it's 90 minutes, strap in. We're going to talk about containerization and refactoring of code on the platform. Are we all ready for that? No, okay. I actually don't even know what those mean, but I heard them in the last couple of days and I've got jet lag, so I thought I'd just throw them in there. So if we go back, I'm not going to be very good with slides, because I think we've got to go back. I've got one slide, and it starts to describe Skipton Group, whom are the parent of Jade. Now, I joined, actually, rather than trying to describe Skipton Group too much, I'm going to explain why I joined. Because I joined just over 18 months, or less than that, something like 15 months ago. And before that, I looked after HSBC in the UK. For those that don't know who HSBC are, just jog quietly down to the harbour. It's a great big building and it's got a weird hexagon on it. And it's designed basically to make Hong Kong residents richer. I think it's got other reasons, but in the UK, we had a balance sheet, if I put it into New Zealand dollars, of about £500 billion. So I looked after £500 billion. And so when I moved to Skipton, everyone went, why on earth are you joining Skipton from HSBC? Well, it's because of this. So let me tell you the 4 reasons that I joined Skipton, because they're the 4 reasons that you guys should believe that your critical platform is in the safe hands of a parent who really cares for it. So the first reason was, when you add up all the businesses, and they're up here on the screen, and you apply basic accounting to them and you work out a market valuation. Our market value, because scale matters, you can affect more people's lives if you've got a scale business. You can then invest in it for the medium term, etc. But ultimately, if you add up all the component elements of the businesses and you make it a market capitalization, and then you convert it into New Zealand dollars with a very weak pound, you're basically a 9 billion New Zealand dollar market valuation business. So we're sort of like, zero, or one of the top. Now that doesn't matter. There's a little bit of a sort of bragging right in that, of course, but actually it matters, because then you've got commercial power to do things. You've got commercial power to support the individual businesses. And the other thing that appealed to me, as well as being big, was the revenue streams actually aren't too cyclical, because in banking, there's a number of people that work in banking or financial services, and it can actually be quite a cyclical industry related to the interest rate curve. Now, the good news for the last little while was there was no interest rate curve, and so it wasn't cyclical, it was just sick for about 10 years. But typically, when interest rates go up, there's a little bit of margin you can make. Your clients should always get good rates, unless you're a listed bank. If you're a mutual, then your client benefits from that, but you also make a little benefit. So the bit that's the building society, or the FS side of this chart, it does quite well when interest rates go up. But on the right-hand side of this chart, we've got something called Connell's Group. Has anyone heard of Connell's Group? I do not expect a hand. Good. Pretty much instructing the audience what to do. Do not raise your hand. Connell's Group, actually, for anyone that's been to the UK, if they've ever lived there, we're the UK's largest property services company, which means we're the largest estate agency, we're the largest lettings agency, we're the largest consulting firms on commercial real estates, and we have a number of different businesses within Connell's Group. What it does mean, though, is in terms of estate agencies, we help 5 times more people than our next nearest competitor buy or sell a home in the UK. So we're about 11% of the UK market. The UK, like New Zealand, loves houses, and we transact or move about 1.1 million times per year. So we see about 120,000 house buy, house sell situations. And the good news with that, if my interest rates are going up, actually, we don't sell or buy as much because mortgage rates go up. But when they come down, my God, it just takes off. And the first quarter of this year has been ridiculous in terms of housing transactions in the UK. So we've got a little bit of counter-cyclicality across our business as well, which means we make revenue almost, we can completely screw it up. But as long as we don't screw it up, we make revenue through cycles, which means we've got a consistent amount of money that we can reinvest in our businesses. Which then comes to the second point, which is actually our ownership structure. And it's relatively unique. And it appealed to me because I've spent 20 years working in listed financial services. And there were great businesses, HSBC, NatWest, RBS. But one of the things you're always tugging with, and some of you guys might be tugging with, is the amount you can invest in the medium term of your business for the benefit of your customers. And ultimately, you're my customers. I'm also Jade customer, so there's a very weird customer thing going on now. But you can, if you're not listed, you don't have this tug between paying a dividend, delivering the right cost-expense ratio, positive jaws for those that are in the finance community. You don't quite have that tug versus doing the right thing by your customers and building for the medium term. So the great thing about us is we're not owned by investors, we're owned by our customers. We're a mutual organisation, which basically translates to one stakeholder. And that stakeholder wants really good service, they want to be relevant in 10 years' time, and they want to make sure you're doing right by the business in terms of your stewarding of it, which can allow you a little bit more medium-term horizon in your thought process. And it also means you don't shortchange key components of the business, even if they've had a tough year. You got to see it through cycles. So to you guys who are the customers of Jade, what that should tell you is we're a big, strong, financially strong business that's going to see any company through good times and bad times and make sure they're investing in the customer service for the medium term. And the delivery of that actually is shown up in, I'm not going to squeeze him for profits, which means he's not going to squeeze you for revenues, but we are going to invest in the platform and continue to invest in the people and the skills and the capability that support your production-ready systems. So the second reason was just scale of businesses. First reason was the scale of businesses. Second reason was the mutual ownership structure. The third reason is actually, that's all very nice, but if you can't do something that's purposeful, then what's the point of being in business? Ultimately, the school of thought that I've been through, or the way I've been trained, is to try to find points of difference between you and your competitors, or uniquenesses. Now, when I was in HSBC in the UK, we had two uniquenesses we sought to exploit. And two's quite a lot in business, because if you think about uniquenesses, they don't exist very long. If it's a profitable niche uniqueness, then someone is going to try and compete it back off you. So ultimately, they tend to be short-lived. So if you can find one, really mine it and exploit it. And in HSBC, I had two. We were the only East-West international bank for customers. So Barclays, all these other names you might have heard of, NatWest, Lloyds, none of them could do that. We could be the bank for international people. And the UK is full of international people. Forget all Nigel Farage and his quasi-racist policies. We are actually a very welcoming nation. And we have about 300, 400,000 people of foreign origin coming and living in the UK every single year. And actually, we are inherently a very mongrel race. I'm sort of half Irish and Scottish. I'm probably a wee bit Norwegian and slightly odd. So you tend to find this, but we often present ourselves as very proud to be British, but no one really can actually articulate what British is. So we are an international place, and so HSBC was about bringing the international customers in. That was a uniqueness. The second uniqueness was, by the quirk of regulation, we had this massive balance sheet that we could only lend on mortgages. And the massive balance sheet was really, really cheap funding, basically people's current accounts or checking accounts. So we had about 120 billion pounds, 250 billion New Zealand dollars, which was free funding. So we could wipe out the mortgage market if we wanted to. We chose not to, because the regulator tends not to like that type of disruption. But ultimately it was a uniqueness. So I built a sausage machine to just do mortgages out of, not very complex ones, just simple ones, and just spat them out. So you look for areas of uniqueness, but in Skipton I went, what's the areas of uniqueness here? Before I jump and go to this reasonable sized company with a nice set of businesses, what is it that we can do that has societal purpose that others can't do? And what we basically came to the conclusion was, or I came to the conclusion was, we have really, really good lending skills. We've got more underwriters, more individuals doing discretionary underwriting than I had at HSBC, despite doing 1/10 of the volume. So we had that, and we had a whole lot of data, and we had this fabulous platform called Jade. So ultimately that, plus seeing 1 in 10 of the people that buy and sell homes, I could see all the people we were turning away who couldn't get finance. And then it was like, but if they're good for it, why can't we build a proposition or a set of propositions that can actually help more people into homes? And I know that's an aspiration of SBS and TSB as well. So this was a big thing for us. How do we help more people into homes? We have uniqueness. We see all the people trying to buy homes, and we have this great internal capability, and that's something that no one else can replicate, because no one else owns 10% of the UK housing market. The second area, a little bit more niche to do with regulation in the UK, and it will bore you. So I won't stay on it long, but we didn't cash the check on regulatory financial advice. It's very expensive now to give regulatory financial advice, which means that only private banks really do it in the UK. So normal people like you and me in the UK, we cannot get actually advice to help us think through our medium-term, long-term financial planning, what we do at retirement, how we think about our later life, and ultimately in our estates. And if you can't think like that, you don't take advantage of the tax benefits that are usually set up in the system, and you maybe don't think about compound interest and just exactly where you should be investing and why you should be investing. I've got an example, an architect way brighter than me, but wasn't really, into finance. He had about £120,000 he wanted to invest, but he was sitting on £12,000 of store card debt at 22%. Now, for those in financial services, that's ridiculous. But he didn't know any better. He thought in jam jars, that's my store card, that's different to this. So just simply giving people advice, which doesn't make money because it's to every person, is something no one's going to replicate. We're a member-owned business, and so therefore it is the right thing to do, even though it doesn't make money. So that's a uniqueness. We're willing to lose money on a proposition because it does good societal work. So that was the second one. The third one, I'm sort of humble bragging about being this massive estate agency, but anyone that's bought or sold a house in the UK realizes it's singularly the worst process that God has ever invented, apart from death. So we have an opportunity, given that we own a software company, to actually rethink that. Now, some of it isn't directly in our control. It's the way the land registry, it's all still in quill and paper, under the Queen's signature, the King's signature. Now, it needs a bit of work, but if we're not going to drive that, who is with 10% of the market? And then finally, speaking to the greening homes, in the UK, I don't know if it's similar here, I suspect it will be, but over 65% of houses in the UK have below an acceptable energy efficiency standard. There's an awful lot of old real estate, Georgian, Victorian real estate, big high roofs, very little cavity insulation, and so ultimately they're very drafty, very expensive, and it's still a very gas-oriented heating for the UK. So there's a massive amount of transition finance that's going to be required to help individual households to convert and upgrade their housing. But here's the challenge. Everyone knows that. They've been through a horrible situation with the Ukraine war that's made energy prices go like that, but they still haven't done anything about it. And that's because people are cautious about the technology, they're cautious about the financing, they've been through the cost of living crisis. But they are going to act. And they're going to act, in my opinion, at 3 points in their life. Point number one is when your boiler goes. Whose boiler's gone in the last 3 years? You can do the hand thing now. I'm not barring it. Yeah, it costs like 20,000 New Zealand dollars to actually get. So if you're going to be spending that outlay anyway, you might as well spend it on something that's going to make the house more energy efficient. But actually, the whole business model's changing. What's happening is private equity's coming in and they're going to say, we're not going to replace your boiler. We're going to give you energy as a service. So they're going to charge you 100 New Zealand dollars a month, and they are going to say, don't you worry about your boiler. You just have a hot house and electricity. And what they'll do in the background is they'll make it more efficient because then they make more money out of your $100. So that model's coming. We have no part in that. But the other time you're going to do it is as regulators around the world start to punish banks that lend to mortgages to low energy efficient houses. They're going to start to put punitive amounts of capital against them. It's coming. And when that starts to happen, the net effect of basic economics is it's more expensive, so the value of the house will go down. And people, when they come to sell their house, they're thinking, oh great, I'm going to get $500,000 for this. And they're like, oh, you're getting 420. Whoa! But if you spend 20, it takes it back to $500,000 because you lift yourself out of that. So we can start to create finance solutions linked to energy investments that then can be made in the house. And so long as the person improves the energy efficiency of the house, you can keep the mortgage cost down and you can keep the house price up. So when you're coming to buy and to sell, you'll have a point of sale advantage if you happen to own 1 in 10 of the house sales in the UK. So we have a uniqueness there. Why do I share all of that with you, the Jade audience, who don't even live in the UK? Candidly, I don't know. I'm just jet lagged. And I'm actually worked out. I've worked out I'm wearing, I packed, and this wasn't anything to do with jet lag, this is pre-jet. I packed my wife's socks. So I am wearing my wife's socks today. I don't know why I'm sharing that either. I'm massively overrunning in time, and I don't know why I'm sharing that. The reason I share it is because I need you guys to understand that I think I'm with you. I'm one of the biggest clients of Jade. I need Jade to be successful. I need to partner with them, despite owning them, so that I can make the best use of this fantastic platform to exploit these opportunities that I'm talking about, the lending opportunities, to exploit the real estate opportunities that we've got. I want to work with the software company I own, and in return for that, I need to pay them. They don't give me cheaper rates, just to be clear. They really don't, actually. In fact, there is a rumor. I'll not go there. But what that means is the platform will continue to get invested in, the skills of the people will continue to get invested in, because it's in my selfish interest to do that. But also, it fills me with an immense amount of pride to come down here in my jet-lagged state and meet all of the people and the companies, or the representatives of the companies like you, and find out all of the different places where Jade makes a difference in the world. And that's the type of thing that Skipton wants to be associated with. So thank you all for continuing to give Jade the business. As a customer of Jade, I'm with you. I want them to be investing in the platform. I want them to be modernizing it. I want them to be giving, I don't want them to stop investing in RPS. I heard it earlier. But I do want them to start building event logs. I want them to start experimenting about how we can do AI stuff with them. I want them to think about containerization, but not be brainwashed by it, because it comes with risk. I found that out yesterday as well. So I need to make sure that Jade is vibrant and thriving for the benefit of Skipton Group, which will ultimately be to the benefit of you guys. So thank you very much. Welcome to Jug. And I will now hand over to T.
Thank you very much. Fabulous.
Cool. Thank you guys so much. Lovely. Welcome back for morning tea. I have the pleasure now of introducing our next speaker. You may know him. Some of you may remember him. Mr. Dean Cooper, our Director of Technology. Please come up.
Hi everyone. I still don't feel old enough to get introduced as Mr. I'm feeling less for that. Actually, actually looking around the room, I saw Kerry there, who's on its blast for the hi Kerry. I think we might have been on one of my first presentation skills courses way back in the day when I started doing stuff like this. And actually then I remembered this because actually on one of those courses, they video you, and it was where I found out that as I get more engaged in presentations, which I'm hoping to do as this one, I became a bit of a vigorous tie stroker. So I'm a bit worried what I'm going to do with this around my neck, so I'll take it off and just take it off. I've been back at Jade 8 months now, after about 10 years away in the wilderness. So this is my first jug since being back. And it's great so far. It's looking really sharp. There's great energy in the room, so it's great to be back here. My esteemed colleagues prior to me have put us, as Mariann was saying, have put us under a bit of time pressure. I think we're running about 10 minutes or so behind. So we really want to make sure we get time in for the demo and things. So there was, I know in this slot at Jug, usually there's some slides and things we have at the start on some technical features and things that are coming up in releases. What we're going to do is those few slides we're going to push into some of the technical sessions this afternoon. We just want to make sure in this slot we're focusing on the big headline feature for the 2024 release, which is around event streaming, so the event stream producer. And also we've got a bit of a demo about Event Stream Producer and a few conceptual things that we've been experimenting with that have got to have the AI sprinkle in them these days. So we really want to make sure we get to that as well. And just hopefully that's going to be some fertile thoughts to prompt some discussion through the rest of the day. So yeah, if we just jump onto the, oh yeah, I can use the clicker, can't I? There we go. Self-service right here. Let's see if it works. Cool. Oh, no, we're going to jump through. So here we are. This is what's coming up later in the day. There, we'll skip to this one. So probably there's a number of those other slides. There's some features that you're going to see throughout the year. But I think the big headline feature, and it goes to a lot of what Justin was saying a bit earlier about how a lot of the focus on what we were doing is to enable all of you to maximize the value that you have in your Jade systems as event streaming. So the goal of it is to enable data synchronization from your production system to other downstream systems. And it's basically what events are, but we'll get to the diagram. We go, oh, I didn't know I was going to build. Here we are. So this is really what it's all about. if you look right over on the left, the Jade system of record, you think about that as your production Jade systems and things that you're running. What the event stream producer capability lets you do is you can enable it on any Jade system all through configuration. So you don't need to write code changes in your app to do what we'll be showing in a second. What the event stream producer is doing is it's basically capturing information off the Jade database journals, and then it is pushing events that are derived from that information into the stream. And the feature's being built right now using Kafka. We're testing it using Kafka, using Azure Event Hubs as well. It'll support technologies like Conf also. And what this is really enabling you to do is unlock data or take data that's sitting into your Jade systems and push it into any one of those streams. The importance of those streams is that they're basically some of the main integration technologies to get something from one system into modern cloud architectures. But obviously you can also install those within your own internal environments, right, as an integration bus as well. On the other side of the stream, so on the Kafka side where you can see the sync connectors, you can think of those as event stream consumers. Basically what they do is they're modules that take data from the stream and they can push it to other systems. So as an example there, we've got those, what we call syncs. There are some of the syncs that we're aware that many of you in this room, we certainly know many of our largest customers and that are already running these technologies in their business, or they're certainly thinking about architectures where they want to be able to take data from not just the Jade systems, but other systems as well, and push it into those other technologies and do BI, MI, analytics, or whatever they might want to do with them. And so once you're into the event stream world, Kafka or Event Hubs, you can choose any of those connectors off the shelf that come with those technologies. You can write your own connectors, right, to be able to transform data and push it to wherever it is you want to go. And in the demo that we'll see in a second, you'll see an example of a connector that we've written in .NET to push the data into another Jade database. So I think the key things to call out is the blue boxes on the left. That's all, if you like, in the Jade world. And as we say, you can enable the events going into the stream all through configuration. And on the right-hand side of the diagram, that's basically in whatever other technology world you need to interoperate with. Now, actually, I want to be really careful. There was a comment Stuart made at the end. Who noticed his comment about RPS? So I want to be really, really clear on this one, because I know there's many of you in the room that'll be thinking, well, isn't this what we're doing with RPS already? And the comment, Stuart made, I just want to be signal, this is, RPS is still fully supported, okay? This is not an announcement about the deprecation of RPS at all. We're still fully supporting RPS. And in fact, Skipton themselves, are huge RPS users. They have a huge investment in that. But certainly if you're thinking in your business about wanting to take data from your Jade system and integrate it to other systems, certainly anything in the cloud, and you're not already using RPS, please come and talk to us about that, because this, this feature may be the best way for you to go. Just comparing it to RPS, the difference really with the blue side of it is that you're able to move the data and transform it without any additional sort of infrastructure in the middle. So many of you who are running RPS know that you've got to basically run a SQL Server instance in the middle. There's a reasonably tight coupling between the RPS and your production Jade system. So when you change your Jade, your system on the left, there's downstream effects into the RPS node. So there's a coupling there that sometimes creates operational complexities that you'd really like to avoid. And also, so you don't have any of that coupling with this. You can change your Jade system without any effect on the Kafka piece. And on the right-hand side of the Kafka box, you can basically do your transformations in whatever technology you choose. You've got, and that's important because often on the right-hand side of that diagram, particularly in larger organizations, that's where you have people working in other technologies anyway, so you want to be able to take advantage of that. Okay, so RPS is still fully supported, absolutely, but yeah, this is absolutely a feature you should be considering. If you think you have use cases where it's not clear how this would support it, please come and talk to us. We'd love to hear about them. Okay, we've got, this is coming out in the release at the end of the year, so all feedback early in the cycle is really, really welcome. And I can't put that. Okay, just to show you what we're actually going to see that working live now. Assuming the laptop hasn't gone away. Okay, so on the left-hand side and at the top, that's the diagram that you just saw us working through. So we did think in the demo, we wanted to show something a little bit different. So we're going to do the purple piece in the demo. There's many people in the room already, actually, I imagine, are working with some of those Snowflake Lakehouse. I know there's a number of customers that are already integrating their Jade systems with Dynamics. So I think there's probably a number of you in the room that have been more hands-on and expert in those things in the top right than I am. So what we thought we'd do is that the demo I'm going to show is basically, we'll start with ICM. I'll explain what that is in a second. That's a Jade system. We're going to push some data through the stream. The graph sync box there, that is a connector that we've written in .NET. And it basically takes the data and transforms it and uses the .NET C# exposures that are part of Jade to push the data into a graph model, which is another Jade system. So we're basically going from Jade to Jade here. And then we're going to combine that with some data that we've generated with Mixtrum, which is a locally hosted LLM that we've been experimenting with, and then we'll have a look at all of that, help all of that in a UI. So we can tell a bit of a story about why we're doing that. So, go. Do you want to, switch over to the laptop. And here we are. So, let's start. Okay, so we'll start from the left to the right. This system here is one that I know many of you in the room will know. It's called ICM, Investigative Case Management. It's had many names over the years. This was a system that we built first for the Australian Federal Police in 2007. So the thing that I'll say here is everything in this demo, none of it is coupled to this ICM system. Wherever you see this ICM system, you can think this could be my Jade system. Okay. What ICM does is a system that lets investigators basically capture a whole lot of information about cases and then build up facts and everything about it and manage it through to an evidentiary conclusion. So the interesting thing about the system is it combines a whole lot of structured information, and typically there's a lot of unstructured information in there as well. There's lots and lots of text that we see built up in these cases, and so I'm just going to open a case that we're going to use for this example. This is a case we've got here. We've got some contents loaded into it. And if we look at the contents, we've got 9,000, you'll see EML there. We've basically got 9,000 emails loaded into here. The data that we're using, this is 9,000 emails that were released after the Enron fraud investigation. And all of those files look like this. So they've basically got structured information at the top and all the email headers. It's not a particularly interesting one because it doesn't have a lot of text. Let's see if we can find a better one. Someone else one. That. There we go. So that's a wee bit better. So yeah, basically email files. So if you can imagine here, the scenario that we've got is we're doing a digital investigation. Is pretty much what happens with Enron. You're an investigator. You're basically these investigations cycle up lots and lots of text that you're loading into your case file, and your job is to start trying to make sense of this. What interesting things could we find out about that? Now, this is all text, but I imagine there's lots of people, lots of you in the room that I hope you're thinking now, actually, we've got lots of text there. Yeah, this could be maybe customer interactions with your call center. Maybe you've got a system that's got a whole lot of insurance policy applications or something over the years between different people, and there's a whole lot of text associated with that. So pretty much if you think any system where you've got structured facts and lots of text, this is the kind of scenario. So as an investigator now, what I want to do is actually start making sense of this. So what we did was we pushed all of the information using the event streaming. We configured it up against ICM, and we pushed all of that information across the stream through Kafka, through our transformer, and into the graph model. And we've exposed some APIs off that graph model, and this little web app is running against that. So let's pull up the graph that we've generated from all of the email headers, right? All of the sent and received emails that we have in that. There's quite a bit. So let's see if it works. Chug chug. There we are. And so we get this picture. We can color the entities, and there we are. End of demo. There's the answer. How's that? No, this is just the starting point. So just by taking our data from, basically the way that we had it into a graph, we can generate pictures like this. The blue dots represent internal email addresses. The red dots represent external email addresses, right? So basically the blue dots are all Enron email addresses. The external ones are anything outside of Enron in this case. Again, when you're thinking about this, you could imagine that those dots are, I'm not sure, maybe locations, and the events, the lines that you'll see between them in a second, they represent maybe movements of trucks or perhaps tankers or something between locations. The blue dots could be bank accounts. The lines between them could represent transactions between those bank accounts. Okay, so pretty much any time that you have that kind of structure in the system, you could start representing it like this. But our goal here in the investigation is to start drilling into this to see if we can find some of those dots that perhaps are more interesting than others. So the first thing I know, there's a whole lot of the dots and everything there that are outliers, and I also know from this data that there's a bunch of the dots that aren't actually sending anything. All they are is recipients. So they're of less interest to me, so we've basically got a query that will collapse all of those into single nodes, which tidies up a lot of the connections. It'll produce a bit more of an interesting picture for us. So now we're dealing with a bit less data, but there's still a lot there for me to, parse by hand. So I wonder if there's something that can help us. You notice that the dots are different sizes. So what we've done is across the graph, we've run some different scoring algorithms to score them in different ways. So the blue dots, what we're interested in is the number of emails basically that they've sent. The red dots, because they're external, we're interested in the number that they've received, but in terms of an investigation, we're really interested in ones where they've received emails from internal email addresses and fewer email addresses, right? So the red dots are scored proportional to the number of emails they've received from internal addresses and from a smaller set of people. And so we can turn some filters on now and just let's see what is called out. It's up here. So if we go up to about halfway, we can see sort of 4 jump out now. Now if I hover on, I select that guy. There we go. We can see, there we go. So that one at the top. Now, the interesting thing here, notice the email address is vkaminski@aol.com. That's an external email address. It's different to, so you might wonder why is he more interesting? If we look at this one, this is at a TXU address. I know that's another power company. So it's not unusual that Enron people might be emailing people in other power companies, but this one here is interesting because it's AOL, so it's looking like a personal email address. And we also know that Vince Kaminsky is an employee in Enron, so if we turn the filter off, and we select home, okay, we can see that he's interacting with, you see down on the side that he's interacting with his own Enron email addresses as well. So what this is an example of, could be, is someone internally sending work emails out to their external email address. So we've just whittled that down quickly by scoring the graph. Now, in an investigation like this, that's very interesting because one of the first things they do in these kind of investigations is to try and find people who may be potential whistleblowers. this is where we start maybe getting, looking to see if we can get some AI to help us. The question I would have in my mind now is, what are they talking about? What kind of things might they be discussing? Lots of that information, or the insights for that, are sitting in the text now, right? Because that's in the email bodies. But the text information in your systems is unstructured, right? It's hard to start making sense of it and pulling structure and things out of it. So this is where we've been experimenting with an AI to help us do that. And I'll gloss over a lot of the details, but the two folks that actually did lots of the work on the LLM piece you're about to see are Matt and Daniel, sitting over there. Put your hands up, Matt and Daniel. So if you have any, great work. So if you have any questions about how the next bit and the mechanics and everything of it, then hit Matt and Daniel up in the lunch break. So what we're going to do is run a query to focus on Vince. And you'll see that it's brought in a whole lot of different nodes now. So there's a whole lot more colors, squares and things in there. All of those new nodes that you see have been generated by taking the text of their emails and putting it through an LLM called Mixtral and asking it. And it takes, as Matt and Daniel will tell you, the LLM thing, this is certainly not you pick an LLM, you fire some data at it, you get good results out straight away. There's a lot of iteration and things required to do this. Which Matt and Daniel did. So basically we took all of the bodies of those emails, we put it through Mixtral, and we essentially, well, I want to say asked, but we prompted many times Mixtral to basically go and look for people, organisations, phone numbers and email addresses, and then actually give us the output in a specific JSON structured format that we could load back into the graph model. And so that's how we've generated all of the additional content in there. So let's, what we'll do is we'll just whack a layout on that organises it a wee bit better for me to talk to. Okay, so essentially in the middle of the graph now, those blue and red dots, they're the facts. You can think of that as the factual structured information that came from our Jade system of record. All of the entities on the right, I'll zoom in to have a look. These are ones, we've got various, that's a cluster of email addresses. You can see that one there, organisation. It actually looks like the mixture has actually picked up what looks like an address or a street name and thinks it's an organisation. So that one's interesting, but it has got the Wall Street Journal correctly above it. There's a number of names in here as well. There's a cluster of names around Thomas Piazzi. Okay, and so what this is letting us do is basically build more structure into our graph from unstructured information that we had in our system, right? So we're hopefully starting to derive more value in that from our text, from our unstructured data. But then finally, what really would help me as an investigator, so that's useful. This is starting to pull out some of the main concepts and things that are being discussed by those individuals or the emails that have been basically sent externally in this case. But then I thought what really would help us is if I could get some overall understanding, a narrative, if you like, of what's actually being discussed in all the emails. So what we've taken the bodies as well and doing, run it through the LLM and asked it to come back with summaries of the main topics. And that's what these nodes are over here. So now I can click on these and you'll see that it's produced things like this, right? So we can see that Vince Kaminsky from his Enron address was forwarding outside emails about that and about this. And let me just find up. Yeah, so that's an interesting one. You can see it's obviously some potential concerns about tax implications. There are a couple in here that were, let me just see if I can find it, all these summaries. But you can see just as that's an interesting one as well. But there was one around pricing concerns involving Kenneth Lay, who's actually one of the folks in this. Yeah, that one. And so just now, as someone trying to understand the data, the fact that the LLM has generated all this for me and connected it into the people who are participating in the conversations, right, it's giving me a much faster way of understanding the context around the participants in the email network. And so that's this is some of the stuff that we've been experimenting with in LLMs. None of this is so we're certainly not announcing a production feature or anything here like that. Basically, this all started as a way of proving early a use case. We wanted one from Jade to Jade, in particular on event streaming, right, to give us something really real to test the feature and work with. And then also, as Justin was saying, within a number of the teams at Jade, we really want to be experimenting with this stuff, giving our people the opportunity to start experimenting with some of these technologies. A lot of the idea for this actually started from a hackathon that I think Justin mentioned earlier. Not long after I started back, actually, there was a hackathon being run in the company, and Matt and some others were working with a technique called RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation, right, which resulted in a thing we're using internally to help us search Jade technical content, right? So that was where that started. We've pivoted from that to actually then start experimenting with local LLMs as well. One of the reasons that we think local LLMs could be particularly important is where you have use cases where the data is very secure. You can't send that out to cloud services, right? And certainly a lot of the regulations that are coming in the space at the moment are being quite clear about that. For a lot of our ICM customers, none of these systems are even connected to any networks. There's some where we don't even know where they are installed in the world. So if we were going to have a capability like this against that product, then really we need to be running it with local LLMs that can run right alongside the database server in the same security zone. So that's why we've been experimenting with this. But I think part of the bigger picture, I guess, we wanted to sort of talk about here, and we're really interested to hear from organisations what they might be thinking about doing with with AI or leveraging the data from their systems. Is lots of the use cases that we see for AI in general are about trying to derive more value, more structure, more insights from unstructured information, right? From lots of the text that you have in your business. And graphs, or what's often referred to as knowledge graphs, where they're combining knowledge from text with knowledge from structured facts together to then be able to run different ML on top of it, analytics, clustering algorithms, that sort of thing. They're a very common use case as well. And so that's why we wanted to tie this together with event streaming. The other thing is the Jade database is a great database for storing graphs, right? It's an object-oriented database. You'll hear in the market today the word graph database. It's basically what a lot of the object databases sort of morphed into. So this combination of event streaming, building up knowledge graphs, and leveraging LLMs to be able to derive insights from text and combining that all together so that you can then start ranking it, prioritizing it, scoring it, deriving insights in different ways, because is an interesting space, a space worth experimenting in. So that's what we've been doing. Now the event streaming piece, to come right back to the start, is what happens is you'll have your first, you've got your data there. We've pushed all that data and you've seen me doing that in the graph. But obviously your system's alive. There's more data coming in all the time, right? And so to go right back to the start on the feature, what event streaming is letting us do is constantly update the graph in this case, but that could be any system on the other side of the stream. So we'll actually push something across the stream now and see it work. If I go back into this first graph, let me load this one up. I'll do a search. Okay, I'm going to search for a person, Susan.Mara, who is an Enron employee. And you'll see that everyone have a look, there's nothing in yellow. Okay, so she's not there. So Susan doesn't exist in our graph store at the moment. So let's fix that. So if we jump back to ICN, one of the cases that we have set up, we've got this one here, Susan Mara emails. If we open that up, we've got 206 emails you see on the entities tab. So our Jade system, we've got 206 emails in there. You can imagine what happens in these large investigations, but I mean, the same would be true in your businesses as well, in any system. As the investigation progresses, more data comes in. So as we put it in, we want to be able to get that across into our graph. So what I'll do here is this window that I'll bring up now, you notice there's nothing in it. This is remember in the diagram, we had the graph sync piece on the right-hand side of Kafka. That's this program. This is a .NET program. It's consuming data from Kafka, and it's using the Jade C# exposures to update the Jade graph. You notice there's nothing in that window. What we're going to do is here we'll say we want to push all of those emails. We want to push them into the stream. Let's quickly there we go. If you blink, you miss it. So that's now gone from Jade into Kafka. The consumer's taken it out and put it into the Jade graph. You see, for all those Jade developers in the room, we've done double commit at the end just to make sure it's really there. Sure. So now I'll reload this. Okay. When I clear that, we'll repeat the find. Here we are, we have Susan. So if I click on Susan, hi Susan, and we'll just here, actually, oh no, let's get this. And you'll see we've got lots of lines, there we go. There we are. So those lines, all of the red lines, basically, none of those connections were there until we did this. What's just come across is Susan, the person, the entity, so the circle in the graph, and all of those lines are the emails, right? So that's built up the connections to other things in the graph. So that's basically just what's happened there. We've taken the 206 emails through the string, and there we go. And so you can be doing that. You can be doing that all the time. The reason it's good in many cases to have the two systems is because what you often don't want to disrupt or have to change or add this workload into your production system. Certainly what we found with the LLMs is that to actually do some of the extraction and things on these emails, can in some cases take tens of seconds. I think, on some of them that was a minute or something like that. Yeah, they can take a wee while. So sometimes the LLM cycle is not, can take a wee bit of time, and it can certainly take a bit of processing power. And so by having this in a separate analytics system, you can get the emails off the stream, and then you can just have other processes in the background that are basically taking the body text, right, and just cycling it through the LLMs and building up the new entities in the graph. I know some people have asked when they've heard about this, like it's one thing on the to have things going across the stream, but certainly I know a number of folks, if they're using RPS, they have use cases where they want to basically take a whole copy of the database in one go, right? Not just additive things, basically say take everything in the database now and push it across. That is absolutely our intention, to be able to do this with this feature. So not just incremental things off the stream, but be able to say, I've got a system here, I want to take this whole database and push it across the stream, right, to create an initial base. When we were putting this demo together, actually, we had a little bit of a happy accident. I'm sure Charlie won't mind me telling this story. We accidentally blew away all of the data that I toiled for many late nights to put together in the graph database. But Charlie had a wonderful idea about how to get it back. He had all the capture files from the last time that we generated it off the on the producer side of the stream. So he literally, thank goodness, that basically acted as a backup, didn't he? Yeah, good thinking. Oh, you were just coming up with a really great test. Yeah, and so we could basically take all of those capture files, just give them to the producer again, and it pushed them all across the stream and recreated the whole database. So that was nice. I'm glad that worked. Yeah, so that is the demo. How am I doing for time, Mariann?
You still got that.
I've still got some. Okay.
You can go back.
I could jump. Well, I'll just pause. Is there any questions on that at the moment? I know we've gone we've gone, oh, well, just before, yeah.
Am I? I'm not on. I'm on. How fabulous. In order for everybody to be picked up by the wonderful camera, I'm going to need... Who's got a question here? Yourself, Steve.
Morning. Is there ability to start with a populated database going to be in the interview?
That is the intention to get that in, and the goal is to get that in for the MVP release, as the team is
Cool. And is it like RPS, and that you populate or choose what classes and the attributes or something?
Great question. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So in the configuration, you can basically control what classes in your system are to be monitored and captured. And that's where you also define the event to topic mappings, right? So it knows what topics to distribute them across in the stream. There isn't the mappings as such, because your transforms are done. You can do your transforms in code on the consumer side, on the other side of the stream. That's what removes that tight coupling between your production schema and your, and effectively the RPS schema in SQL. Was that and so that, that's where we believe this can give you, in scenarios where your goal is basically to get stuff out of a Jade system and into something else for a stream, that decoupling of that persistent dependency is what can give you a lot of flexibility. Yep.
Can you put in links to multiple classes and merge them as one, or do they have to go as separate classes?
I think they will go as certainly right now, I think they will go as separate classes, and so you would need to do joins in that case on the consumer side, right? On the other side. Yep.
Anyone else for questions?
Oh yeah, is it completely real time like RPS, or is it like a bit of buffering? Like say if you're doing overnight batch processing, you get a huge amounts of database.
It's as real time as RPS. Although you would have, I think, actually, Charlie will help me out here in a second. You didn't think you had to do anything today, did you? Let me answer this, and you tell me whether you think I've got it right or not. Basically the capture is essentially running off the database journal. So I think what you could do is the capture could be running all the time, and it'll build up files in the capture directory. You could control when the producer runs. So I think that'd be right, Charlie. Oh, I got it right. Excellent. Thank you. Yeah. So we've decoupled those two functions for reasons like that. Yep.
Anyone else for questions?
Quotes?
So that was a manual push that they had the data and said, I want to push that data.
Yeah.
So how do we make that all automatic?
That will all be automatic. We actually had to put it in here manually, almost for the theatre, for the demo, so you could see it happening. Yeah. Normally what happens is you'll configure it up, you'll tell it what classes you want it to monitor, and the Jade system is automatically building up the capture files in a directory that the producer is listed. As soon as they're there, it goes. You don't have to do anything. It will be all... Yep.
Okay, so we can just replace our whole SQL RPS. So this can go straight from Jade to SQL database with that RPS.
Yeah, and as in, well, is the SQL database your target? Your sort of that's the equivalent of my graph database, is it? Yep. Yes, that's the intent. Yep. But via a consumer on the other side, right? So, the piece. If there is the mechanism there that takes it out of the queue and puts it into SQL, right? And so SQL Server will have standard mechanisms to do that, right? There does need to be obviously some mapping there that says it takes the event and fits it into your SQL structure, right? That's the bit where you can more flexibly now do in code and whatever technology you want on the other side of the stream. That is basically happening now with the RPS mappings, okay? And so it's removing that persistent dependency, which we know is for a number of customers and installations that dependency isn't helpful. Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh no! Here we go.
Be kind.
So at the moment with STS RPS, you can get a status on the primary of where the secondary is at.
Yep.
And you can see what's happening. Can you do the same thing with this?
I I don't know how to do that at the moment. I'm not sure if it, but we would not. Certainly, the database will know where it's up to because it'll know the last capture output based on the journal. Yeah, but in terms of how many captures have made it through to the other side, if that's your question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can't tell if it's failed and something's gone wrong when you need to go.
No. What we do guarantee, the semantics we guarantee are at least once. So at least once delivery. So if Kafka goes down and then comes back up, we know that we can basically replay events to make sure that everything's gone across. But you would need to handle deduplication on the other side. You may get multiple messages that come through Kafka. Every message has a GUID in it. So you'll be able to actually match up and tell whether something's already been received. But yes, you're right. In this case, in failure scenarios, your consumers need to be aware of the possibility of a double send.
And so you mentioned you don't have to write any code, but you have to write the consumer code, don't you?
Yes. What I meant by no code is you don't have to write any code on the Jade side to produce the events. Correct. What this is doing, so really what this is, I guess if you're weighing up RPS or this, the kind of trade-offs are in RPS, you have essentially Jade is keeping all of that in sync for you because you're running two databases. Yep. And that works in a number of scenarios. That's absolutely fine. This is not a signal about go and get rid of RPS, but we know for a number of scenarios that creates operational overhead that people would like to avoid. And also they would like to actually be able to do transforms on the other side of the stream and using other technologies, depending on what other downstream systems they're working with. Yeah.
Oh, more questions over here?
Oh.
1 second, I'm running. I'm running.
This is good.
I'm running.
Actually, just while the microphone's coming back, all of these questions are really good. This is actually something we want to. If this is prompting a whole lot of discussion about streaming versus RPS, please keep the questions coming after this meeting. Get in touch with us. We really want to hear about all these use cases.
Just a quick one. Yeah. One of the things that RPS didn't cover was database arrays. Does this handle
database arrays?
Yeah.
We will have to have a format in the stream where we are sending you the events for the updates on the arrays. So that, otherwise I can't imagine it working without that. So I'm not sure exactly the format. The short answer is yes, we will produce the events for those, and then your consumer would have to decide how it wants to map them into your target systems. That's a good question. We need to know. Whoever's taking notes down in that table. Here we are.
Alrighty. Any other questions from speakers? All right. Well, we can certainly.
There's one other big feature. Just one more thing. In the last 10 minutes, the other one there's a range of things we're doing in API optimizations that you will have heard us talking about for a wee while. The thing that I did want to call out is the really big one that we're doing that I'm finding is resonating with lots of people is the direct HTTP or HTTPS connections. What this means is that you no longer have the dependency on the Jade HTTP DLL or IIS. And I was talking to someone earlier actually who when we quickly mentioned it, latched onto that and said they basically have a lot of their web front ends running in the cloud. It's running a modern cloud stack that you'll see. It's got a load balancer. It's got API gateways. So effectively, they've got all of the functionality, if you like, that we're relying on IIS for and other technologies, right? And they've noticed performance bottlenecks then because from those two layers, it has to route through Jade HTTP DLL into IIS and then effectively into the Jade nodes. And they're noticing bottlenecks there. So the big API optimization one that I think we're doing is we're getting rid of the need to have that Jade HTTP DLL. We're not killing the feature, right? We're keeping that, but we've put a direct option in. So if you've got other infrastructure in front that's serving that purpose, which most cloud systems do, then basically from whatever your API gateway is, you can go direct to the Jade node, right, without having the Jade HTTP DLL dependency. So that's a big one that's coming, and we're finding that's resonating with a lot of people. So there's four main areas of capabilities that are coming along
this year. So the first one is, we'll just jump through them in order. The first one, and then you can see where they're coming out. Thin Client SSO. This is available now. I think John's going to have the details later, or are we going to publish them later? Download link after the jug. There we go. So this is it's a .NET component that can be called from Jade. You can see on the slide, what it's really there to do is make it a lot easier for Jade systems, Jade Thin clients, to be able to authenticate with Microsoft Entra ID. I had to go and Google that last night, and I found out that's their new name for good old Azure Active Directory. Yeah, I was like, what's this thing I've never heard of? I'm supposed to be talking about it tomorrow. It's just a rebranding. Yeah, including MFA. So we're releasing that as an independent component. Even though it's an independent component, it's still fully supported, just like any other part of Jade is. It's compatible with current releases. And yeah, we'll send a link to where you can get that after the jug. And I think, John, we've already, or Pete actually, I think we've got internal users already. Yep. So, yep, we're using that ourselves. Collection crate, yep, quite important. I think, I know I think it was the last jug, Hugh talked a lot, or was it the one before? Was it this one? When did this go? The one before, yeah, this has been out a while. I mean, concurrency on, it's a big issue. It's a concern, no, it's a challenge for developers in any Jade systems, right? How do you actually write code that avoids bottlenecks on particularly large collections and systems, or heavily contended collections? And I know a couple of jugs ago in previous releases, there's a number of features that have been put in the product under the title of collection concurrency to make it easier for you to do operations on collections that avoid bottlenecks. The feed for those of you that are aware of this feature, the term that's used there is deferred operations on collections. A lot of the feedback we've had since that feature is that there's a high degree of testing risk in implementing it, because basically the way that it worked by default until this comes out is that if you were using these deferred operations, then the running process that updated a collection, it wouldn't see the effects of the deferred operation. And obviously, if you're trying to introduce this into a system that has existing behavior, validating across your whole system that that's not going to create any side effects is a big testing challenge. And so what we saw was a lot of demand to want to use this feature, but concern about how do I actually turn it on and really be sure that effects that I'm relying on haven't broken. That's a really understandable concern, obviously. So the change that we're putting out is what we're going to be doing is making all of the collection operations let the process that's made the change, they will see the effects of that change in the code that's made it. And if an operation can't guarantee that, it will raise an exception. So you will know immediately and distinctly. And what that means is, for example, that you can now rerun your existing regression cycles, go through your normal testing procedures that you would do for any change. And you can be sure of the fact that a process that's running a test is working as it was before. It is seeing the effects of the operation, and where that can't be guaranteed, you will know for certain, because we'll raise an exception. Okay, and we expect only a small number of operations when this change comes out that may need to raise an exception in that case. It should be very few, not all the common ones. We'll let you see the deferred operation, and any that raise the exception, we'll be removing them over time. So this this should make it a lot easier for people to be able to get the benefits of this feature.
Does that mean some of the language elements are gone?
Sorry?
Does that mean some of the language elements are gone?
The language elements? Or
the language elements on
there was the way that you enable them. I think the methods, the two methods on process, I think where you had to actually, so there was, I think when you're setting up your relationships and things, you say you want deferred operations on a collection, and I think there were methods on process where you had to actually turn the function on or off. They'll be deprecated. Yep. API optimization, we already talked about the first one. That was the one that I mentioned earlier. Okay, so the the removal of there'll be an option so that you don't need to run through Jade HTTP, DLL, and IIS. Observability support. This is the goal here is basically to surface. Our objective is all stats that you can get through the Jade monitor. Surface them via open telemetry APIs. Okay, so this is really to make it easier for your Jade systems to be able to participate in overall metrics gathering and monitoring systems, right? Which is a common thing that you see in certainly cloud systems, but basically any sort of hybrid technology system. We've got some more REST improvement in the pipeline, support for further OAuth2 workflows on the client, and improved support on the client for some additional open API options, and also on the generation of REST stubs on the server side based on open API specifications. And actually, when I saw this, I was like, oh, yes, because I was doing an awful lot of this over the last few weeks, parsing in LLM generated JSON and stuff. But I know this is a really popular suggestion, which is serializing and deserializing JSON from dynamic objects. And I think if I understand this right, I'll look down the table in the corner, this means I could do my JSON parsing without actually having to create the static classes. Is that right? Yeah, good. I'm looking for a strong nod there. Yeah, yes. That'll be really good. And we got to event streaming, and actually I skipped over these slides. I think we might have talked a little bit about it in the demo, but just in the context of an event, I think events and data processing context are natural events. I mean, so basically the key thing about an event is something that happens in a point in time, and there'll be some participants, right? And so that's what people naturally think about events. But you probably heard me saying earlier that in terms of the event stream, an event is any record of a state change in the system. So that might be actually capturing a natural event, right? But it also means that if you're just, in theory, changing an object in your Jade system, changing the state of a system, that's captured in an event that flows across the stream, right? And so that's the whole point of that one. That's what you saw running before. And here we are. Now we're back to where I started. Are there any questions on any of those that we just talked about? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yep. Yep. It's not Swagger. Who's doing down the end? Open API. Is that Swagger? Is it Swagger? Is this? Okay, there we are. Did you hear that? Actually, Charlie, here we go. Come. There we go, Charlie. Now hey, Charlie, why don't you want to come up to the stage, Charlie? Let's see first. No, anyway, here we go, and it'll be captured for the record, Charlie. There you go.
Yep. So Swagger 2.0 and then Open API 3.0 is basically Swagger 3.0. They just changed the name.
Cool. So, yes. Yep. Cool. There's another question just down here. Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh,
sorry.
Oh.
Thank you. Right. My question is the sequence guaranteed? The sequence of delivery of
yes.
Do you want to repeat some of that question into your answer?
That's one. Actually, the thing in my head is I will confirm. In my head, it was one of those questions where I'm like, I don't see why not, and then it went to it kind of has to be, yeah. And the guy. The chap writing this, many of you, of course, Hugh's a bit of an institution at these, yeah. So I'm sort of thinking, yeah, it would. Hugh will know it has to be, and so Hugh will make it so. So you take it as a yes, but we'll confirm, yeah.
Anyone else? Yep.
Just a clarification on the concurrency improvements. 'Cause I think that's probably one of the greatest changes in the database for quite a while actually when they come in. But so there's a range of methods for getting at the collection members with deferred,
Yep.
I think was what was added. Is it those that are going to be deprecated in favour of a set for without deferred?
I don't know when the process ones are going. Am I still on? Yeah, the process, I'm not sure about those. So I maybe what? Hold. Just for a minute. Yeah, they because I'm wondering whether I can imagine use cases where you may want to choose to use those deliberately. Yeah. So I don't, yeah, and so it's whether or not we're actually going to remove all of those to remove that choice. But the ones on process, I think, with where you did actually have to switch the option on and off, that's the ones I think that are going. But
process for being able to opt in to
Yep.
override behaviour.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was always the ones that were the options for checking the contents
Yeah.
of the collection
And
that didn't make sense to me.
I'll throw a room unless one knows. Yeah, the deferred operations, are they going in addition to the process method? No. Okay, we don't think so. Yep. But we'll find out. You see us often enough down the road, Kevin. You can just come on. So yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's a good question. We should clarify. Yep. Oh,
when
hey,
you're
Kerry.
copying API methods, it doesn't copy the security methods. Is that going to be changed, extended?
When you're copying API methods.
Yeah, on the Jade REST class.
Yeah.
If you copy a method which is an API, it doesn't copy the S_ methods.
John's writing it down, so I suspect.
Yeah, it's just a nuisance.
Still,
if you forget to put them in.
Nuisances are important. There we are. So John,
with the event streaming, what about transactions that are aborted? Will it not stream them?
I would expect not.
Is that a guess again?
That's another one where I kind of going, you know, if I'm kind of Hugh's customer of this, and I sort of sometimes think I am, I go, I wouldn't want them. Would you want them, Kerry? Well, how would you like it to work? You wouldn't want them? No. Would anyone want them? Would anyone want to see aborted transactions? No. I'm like, basically, you know, it's basically manifesting the result of the transaction. That's the whole point of it, right? So yeah, if it aborts, it shouldn't be there, and it's all being driven off the journal. So yeah, you could leave. Yeah, yep. So good questions.
Alrighty.
Yeah. What's that?
Well, that means you could get the sequence out of order.
Off the abort.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want them. I think GP, I think this is turning into a feature that Kerry, we're on the verge of needing a whiteboard. Yeah. Yeah, would be. Yeah. Yeah. Are there any more? That's it. So, yeah.
With the HTTPS direct, do you still need any config in IIS, or will it be IIS or Apache or not?
Nope.
So what about certificate management?
That one, I'm going to go, John, note that. I'm not even going to attempt that one. Yeah, there's two things I hate.
It's just a word I know that
I know. You know, there's three things I hate in technology. There's printers, projectors, and certificates. Yeah, so I'm not even going to, yeah.
No one wants to comment that?
Yeah. Okay, Mariann, I think we must nearly be at time. Otherwise, don't go anywhere near with the mic. No, not allow the way. He's had his quota. You've had your, yeah. Craig.
So with the direct HTTP, is that going to cover Jade web sockets as well?
No, I'm going to throw. That one I don't see why it would, because they're quite separate. Yeah.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Everybody, wait, we've got 2 minutes. I'm being told we could give away a prize in 2 minutes. I'm going to do it really fast. Firstly, what I'm going to do is invite everybody to please give a big round of applause to Dean. Thank you so much. Wonderfully done. I'm very pleased to be introducing our next speaker. He is awesome, and you're really going to enjoy this. So without further ado, Mr. Justin Flitter.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hi. Let's get into this. Right, we've got an hour to talk about artificial intelligence. Awesome, right? I founded New Zealand.Al in 2017. Things are starting to catch up with us. It's great. We set out to help people like us learn what AI is and what the capabilities of artificial intelligence are to help companies think about the practical ways that they can start using AI in their business. You're probably going to walk away from this session with a hell of a lot more questions, which is great, and I'm looking forward to the conversations and things at the end as well. So for the first time in human history, we've actually created something that will be smarter than us. But AI is not anything new, right? AI has been around since the 1940s or 50s with Alan Turing and his band of merry men at Dartmouth University. And it's gone through a couple of AI winters through the 70s and 80s where countries and companies stopped investing in this new technology. It's gone through the 90s and the 2000s when all of a sudden we had this flood of devices, of data that we were creating, and the internet and the things that we were publishing, and all of a sudden these machine learning models have got the data that they need to thrive. Today the race is on for unimaginable compute power to build and develop ever more advanced and robust AI models. And for businesses, the race is on to figure out how are we going to use this to supercharge our human potential.
There's only two types of companies in this world, Morgan, those who are great at AI and everybody else. If you don't know AI, you are going to fail. Period, end of story. Whether you are an employee, you're going to have to understand it, how it impacts your job or how you can use it to be better at your job. Same, if you're a student, the same thing. And if you're a CEO, you can't just say, okay, I'm going to get my tech guys to understand it and educate me on it. You have to understand it because it will have significant impact on every single thing that you do. There's no avoiding it.
So traveling around the country and presenting at events like yours and speaking to leadership teams, getting this message across is really challenging, right? We're quite a way away from briefings at the White House and the types of investments that Mark Cuban are doing. But I hope today we'll start shedding a little bit of light and start getting your brains thinking around how else you might be using it. I know some of you are extraordinarily technical and probably developing and utilizing AI within some of your platforms. Maybe this will spark some different thinking as well. So in the last year, we start with ChatGPT, which has really gone from being this 15-year-old argumentative teen to a 24-year-old academic. But not just one academic, every academic. And that's really astonishing when we start to think about what might happen in the next 6 to 12 months. We're amazed by the ability to jump into ChatGPT and start asking questions about, can you give us a framework for a marketing strategy? Can you start writing code for this platform? Can you help us with an event plan? All of these things, which are super useful. But beyond that, we're starting to think, so what else? What else do we do with this technology? And so thinking about these platforms like ChatGPT or Perplexity. Has anyone played with Perplexity? Okay, Perplexity has replaced Google Search and ChatGPT for me. And I'll give you the reason why in a minute. But these are answer engines. Search is very different. If we go to Google Search, we type in a query, it gives us 3.5 million links for stuff that we've got to troll through to try and find the answer to curate the response or the information that we need, right? Tools like ChatGPT or Perplexity or Microsoft Copilot or Google Gemini, they're searching all of these resources and they're curating a response back to us that we hope is useful and relevant. So answer engines are starting to become very, very useful as a replacement for Google Search. And we're going to talk a little bit more about this. Text generation, We've also got text-to-image generation, so platforms like Midjourney where we can literally go in and describe the type of image that we want to be able to create. There's a little bit more of advanced kind of prompt, I hate the word prompt engineering, but prompt design with this. If you think about being a photographer or a painter, sake of photographer, the way that you might describe an image, you've got the type of lens you're using, the ISO, the shutter speed, the megapixels that you're using. Is it grainy? Is it photorealistic? There's all of these attributes that we assign to an image that help us describe it. And we're literally turning those into prompts. And so in a very short space of time, Midjourney's gone from pretty fugly to photorealistic. And in actual fact, someone won a fine art competition using Midjourney a couple of years ago, which baffled the judges and everyone else. This is a marketing magazine cover from last year from New Zealand. This was designed by Steve Ballantyne and his company Brand IQ. So they use Midjourney to come up with different images. So they're remixing images. They're coming up with a prompt, it's producing an image, they're downloading, they're re-uploading it, and so they're layering designs on top of each other to build the depth of those images, right? It's becoming a new canvas for creatives. It's not an end-to-end process. It's not giving them the finished product, but it's augmenting the process that they're going through. We've seen with Auckland Theatre Company where they'd have a new show coming up. They'd write a brief, it would go to the agency would spend however many days or weeks coming up with all these different ideas for the show. They can now sit down at a team in an afternoon and create hundreds and hundreds of different ideas for the show. They can send 2 or 3 back to their designer who can then finish off in Photoshop or whatever tool that they're using and putting the actors in and putting the branding and the words and things like that on it. So it's saving them a whole lot of production time and cost to do what they need to do. This is Matter Studio, another Auckland company, the photography company. So in the past, they might have had to take this lounge suite and go and find a house that had the right setting for the particular magazine that they were doing the shot for. Now they can literally take a photo of the product in their studio, and they can use Midjourney to imagine the setting that it's in. So no longer do they have to take camera crews up a mountain or go on set. And so that's, of course, saving a whole lot of time and cost for their product. So text generation, text to image, we're moving quickly here. Text to video generation, this is Pika Labs. There's another one called Runway ML. And a few weeks ago, I'll play this again. This was kind of the animation that we got, right? Pretty basic, 3 seconds, not that great. No one's really going to think that they're going to start utilizing this as part of their brand or product marketing stuff. And yet we had weekend hackathons where people were stitching together enough 3-second clips to create a 60-second video. It would literally take them all weekend.
Last week, OpenAI announced a new text-to-video generation platform called Sora. The AI world almost fainted in astonishment. Overnight, AI video generation capability has gone from 3 to 5 second clips, basic and limited animation, inconsistent characters, and now with Sora we have up to 60-second clips, full animation, seamless shot movements, incredible quality that looks 1080p, almost indistinguishable from real footage. But wait, there's more. 11 labs can now create the background sound effects and voiceovers to your AI-generated movies. Check this out.
In a place beyond imagination, where the horizon kisses the heavens, one man dares to journey where few have ventured. Armed with nothing but his wit and an unyielding spirit, he seeks the answers to mysteries that lie beyond the stars.
All right, so this technology is evolving at a rapid rate. Sora, OpenAI's new platform, is not available publicly yet. There's a few people with early access starting to play around with it. That video from me to the end is all AI. So with me, I've literally gone into a studio. I've taken 5 minutes of video footage in 4K, a couple of cameras, one front on, side on, and I've just talked to the camera, nonsense mostly, and then I've uploaded that in a platform called HeyGen. And within a few minutes, it takes the video footage of me, including all my crazy hand gestures and expressions, and it creates a digital avatar. I can change my shirt, put on a pair of glasses, change the background, all sorts of stuff. Every time I want to create a new video, I don't have to go into a studio anymore with a teleprompter and put a whole lot of production cost and equipment. I can just change the script in HeyGen and press export. And if I want to run the same video and I want it to be multilingual, I can just export into Chinese or German or French or pretty much any language you want. So the production cost of content execution like this is coming down very, very quickly. Why is that not playing? Give me a fly through a museum of paintings and statues in one continuous shot. This is Sora, right? 3 or 4 weeks ago, we couldn't imagine, well, we could only imagine this type of AI-generated content. We're now getting to the point where it's quite possible that we can start imagine using this to create B-roll, to start
Callum.
creating brand and marketing videos, product videos, all sorts of content, let alone Hollywood feature films. And 11 Labs, which is arguably they're another unicorn valued at over $1 billion now. So they're another voice cloning platform that you can integrate with HeyGen and all that kind of stuff, right? So this is cool, right? Can do some really interesting things. But in actual fact, people just want AI to help do the crap that they're sick of doing every day, right? You know? With all of this new tech and software as a service and cloud computing and mobile devices, we're all promised that we'll be far more effective and efficient and have more time to do more valuable stuff. And in the end, we're just stuck at our desk doing tedious stuff, day over day, the same things every day. And so this is where we're spending most of our time with companies, right? AI adoption is going to be accelerated through the task where there's the lowest threat to work, right? Where it's just augmenting the tasks that we wish we didn't have to do. And if we could just save 3 or 4 hours a week with the repeatable tasks, then we could do more high-value work and we could be out talking to more customers, doing more deals, right? So AI is making practical at a massive scale things that were previously only practical at a small scale. And even so, right, there's some really important high-level business drivers around why we're starting to see AI adoption rise around New Zealand and globally, okay? Businesses want to increase the productivity from the people and the resources that we've got. We're in a high employment. It's really hard for businesses to find skilled labor. We want to bridge the skills gap so new people that join the company can become experts much, much faster. The time to value for those new employees shrinks. We want to automate execution of content creation and proposals and RFPs and marketing content much, much faster. And we want to think about new digital experiences that we can create using these AI tools that we just couldn't imagine or couldn't afford 4 or 5 years ago. And of course, we want to think about how we're utilizing it to reduce risk and increase compliance. And that's, really where this big driver is coming from. ChatGPT is a consumer product, right? It's available to anyone with a browser for free. You can pay the $40 a month to get all the extra functionality and multimodal and all the different things. But this is where the adoption is being driven. It's because at any level in the business, it's accessible to help workers augment the work that they're doing. So this is a global report. I doubt that it's 50% in many New Zealand businesses, but we're kind of getting there. A lot of the companies, I suppose the companies that I'm going and meeting are kind of early adopters, and they're thinking proactively about how they're integrating AI as a strategy into the business. But even so, I'd say probably 20 or 30% of the companies that I'm going into are really using ChatGPT other than, can I write a poem about my dog and what's a recipe I can make with these stuff? But it comes with challenges, right? This consumer-grade platform is allowing people to do work on personal accounts, and they're sharing stuff and having conversations with these tools that include sensitive company or customer information, right? That's a problem. And so we really need to get across the understanding around consumer versus enterprise grade and getting companies to start adopting the capability like ChatGPT and large language models within the tenancy of their tech stack. So at a basic level, we can go to ChatGPT and we can sign up for a business or a Teams account. It's $100 a month for 3 users or something like that, and we can turn off the ability to share our data with, that our data would be used to train the models. Or we can start utilizing Microsoft Copilot, which is deployed across Office 365. We could look at SmartSpace.ai, which is a New Zealand product. Tim Boyne, who came out of Lawview, has now created SmartSpace. We'll talk a little bit more about that as well. There's also Lexical, so there's enterprise grade, can be deployed on-prem or in cloud, Azure or AWS or wherever. And it's important to start thinking about, we don't want the conversations with these large language models evaporating into thin air. We want to be able to absorb them into our organization so that we can constantly learn and develop what's going on. So, probably don't need to answer this for many of you, but AI is, of course, machines or software that can think or learn like us. Machine learning being a field of computer science that uses stats techniques to give computer systems the ability to learn with data without being explicitly programmed, right? Today we've got AI for doctors, AI for parking lots, AI for driving cars, coaching cricket, picking apples, even NZTA is using computer vision on the front of their utes driving around the roads of New Zealand to identify potholes and things that need to get repaired in the roads, and then being able to take a photo and document and create jobs and workflow off the back of it, right? We can use AI for writing blog posts, for developing company strategy, for writing case studies in 30 minutes instead of a couple of days, and of course automating many different processes. And this year, the AI agents are going to arrive, and we're starting to see some platforms coming out. Hoist out of Wellington is one. There's Prompt Tech. These are like workplaces, like custom GPTs, right? But a little bit more advanced. Some of the stuff in New Zealand tooling is kind of more custom GPT type of products. But we're looking ahead to AI agents that are going to be able to interact with each other. They're going to be able to do more complex tasks or end-to-end workflows. They'll be able to navigate a web page, click on a button, fill out a form, perhaps even pay for a flight with your credit card. Lots more dynamic tasks and workflows that typically require someone to be driving a mouse and pointing and clicking and doing. So what are some practical use cases from some companies here and around the world? This is Vulcan Steel. So they put cameras on the back of their flatbed trucks, and they're monitoring for people whether or not they're wearing health and safety gear. The hoist that's loading and offloading those trucks can have computer vision, and of course can automatically stop when it sees a human in the way or not where they're supposed to be. This is fruitometry in Tauranga. Chris, who founded this, came out of Team New Zealand a couple of tours ago, built a supercomputer in his garage, now runs this business driving these 4x4s up and down kiwi fruit orchards, and they're looking for things like what are the quality of the buds, which plants need pesticides or fertilizer or water, what is the quality of the fruit coming through, what's the yield the predicted yield from that harvest is going to be. And so they can run more precision agriculture models. Now, interestingly, I was in Taupo a couple of weeks ago with Zespri, and we were talking about this idea, and they said that this isn't scalable for them. I'm like, how's it not? I mean, other than the fact that you've got to have lots of 4x4s running around doing it, it's not like we can have drones flying up and down them. But they said in a lot of the kiwi fruit orchards, under the canopy, it's really dark. And so getting enough light to be able to get quality images out of there has been a struggle for them. But we overcome that by going from horizontal to vertical farming, which is imminent. And of course, there are no light issues when we're running a vertical farm with these types of things. So interesting to see how this technology evolves. This is an insurance use case. So instead of your home insurance being postcode based, insurance companies now can combine weather data and geospatial mapping data, the types of materials that your properties are constructed with, all sorts of data points that they might own or source from a partner or public data to build models that more accurately predict what the insurance rate should be for an individual property. And this is Halter. So they have been around for a little while now. They built neck braces that go around cows' necks, and they can identify when an animal is on heat or lame, and they can use sound and vibrations to move the animals in a peaceful way around a paddock, so they can manage the grass more easily and also guide the animals to water or a vet without them getting... and so they never set out to be an AI company, but of course they're using an awful lot of artificial intelligence now to make that tech happen. And this is Maui 63. Tane built a $250,000 drone infused with computer vision that flies between Raglan and Piha, flies out to 50 kilometres, and it's searching for Maui and Hector's dolphins. And then it notifies the fishing trawlers in the area where those dolphins are. Practical, good stuff, right? Good, useful stuff. So let's have a little think around, in light of the things that we've discussed now. What does this mean for the future? Sam Altman from OpenAI came out a few weeks ago and said lots of companies are hammering AI into their system. Lots of big tech companies are creating what they call the hammers of AI. We don't really know what the nails look like yet, or even what the use cases are, but they're building this tech. Generative AI is going to be able to completely reimagine and rebuild a lot of the legacy software that we currently use. And so it's plausible in a short amount of time that we might see the first 10-person billion-dollar business. And if that's plausible, and AI can write the code, beat all of the customer service inquiries, do the sales and marketing and advertising, when do we get to see a one-person billion-dollar business? And so what are the things that might become obsolete as that changes? And this is the Rabbit R1. Have any of you seen it? Has anyone got one? No? Okay. Mine's coming. This was launched at Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas earlier this year. This device is probably about half the size of your smartphone. And their logic is that over the last 15, 20 years, Apple and Android have developed this app-based operating system. And we've got an app for anything. You've got an app for your bank, an app for ordering food, an app for ordering a car, an app for designing images, an app for all of these little, small, particular tasks. And that's really expensive and inefficient. And you can't do anything. Those apps don't talk to each other, unless all work well together. And so they've created a large action model where on a browser window, you literally sign in to the services that you want to provision into the device, and they can use generative AI to write the code to do the things that you want to be able to do, and working with multiple different tools and systems that you're provisioning into it. It's $200. I think they've sold something like 10 million already around the world. And so this with the Humane pin, these are like V1, V0.001 of the new devices that are likely to come out that are continuing to reshape the way that we interact with machines. Now, I've got a 9-month-old daughter, and I keep saying, I don't think, well, she'll probably never learn to drive. That's probably fairly safe to say. And the second one is, I don't think she'll ever learn to type. She'll learn to handwrite, because we'll bloody make her. But the way that we interact with devices is voice and gesture, right? And I think that's a really important thing to note. So how do we think about organizational adoption and how we're weaving AI into our business? Well, you've got to make it a strategic priority, right? You've got to, at a board level, at a C-suite executive level, you have to make it a strategic priority to learn about this technology to be able to make informed decisions. You might decide, not right now. That's fine, it's your strategic choice. We have to understand our data. You all, more than many, understand the data that businesses have in their business. And for most, thinking about data is beyond spreadsheets and CRMs and tables and how it's structured to the sales documents and the conversations and all of the unstructured data that they have in the business. And how are we organizing that in a way? What are the tasks that we can augment? When we went into House of Travel, we actually went into the retail branches around Auckland. We sat down with their frontline travel agents, and we asked them to tell us what's the process you go through when a husband and wife turn up on a Saturday morning and they say, right, we want to take our kids for a 6-week trip around Europe. What's that process and how long does it take? And what's frustrating about it? And of course, they've got huge amounts of research to curate. When should they go? What's happening in that location? How do they get from A to B? What events are going on? Do they want expensive? Do they want to go outdoors? All of these different factors. But House of Travel also have 30 years of itineraries that they've sold into companies or to people, right? And so there's potential there to start thinking about how we have owned, partner, and public data sets to build perhaps the world's greatest wholesale travel agent that can be sitting on their desk and helping them plan these trips in much less time. We have to think about the skills that we might need to retrain our people as some of the work that they're doing, the tasks that they would do on a day-to-day basis to become augmented or automated with AI. We need to think about sustainable career development and what other skills might they need to take on, or what are the skills they need to actually use these AI tools effectively. And then, of course, we can start thinking about that end-to-end process automation. I'm not going to go into structured data for you guys and unstructured data, but one example that we give is 4 or 5 years ago when we were building chatbots, it was very much an if this, then that type mentality, right? We'd have a spreadsheet with like, what's the keyword, what's the search phrase that the customer is likely to implement. If this, then it goes to this resource or this document or this web page, or this is the answer that we give them. And today with generative AI and the ability to process unstructured data, we can literally create a folder, within a large language model that will read all of that information and create a chatbot like ChatGPT instantly that we can have a Q&A with that's looking to that library of content for information. So, you know, ChatGPT is like the consultant who knows nothing about your business, right? And it's true, right? It doesn't know anything. It's literally putting one word after the other and trying to predict that in a way that's been done before. But as I talked about that kind of use case around creating a large language model from your company data, you know, at a basic level, it can create a chatbot. Enterprise search is something that is a big problem. We all have data sitting in CRM and accounts and our file storage and our chat and all of these different disparate data sources. And we're now seeing platforms, Microsoft Copilot is one, SmartSpace.ai is another. There's a whole myriad of these tooling that's coming out now to solve this problem, where we're integrating all of these data sets with a large language model across them and generative search. And we're able to, instead of searching for a file name or a keyword, we're actually able to search for a topic or a theme, and of course building out a response, which we can then start creating workflows and actions off the back of it, right? It's pretty much the most common use case and problem that we are helping companies solve at the moment, and certainly a lot of the chief AI officers that I'm talking to are all working on trying to solve this problem. And Microsoft and Google will all be deploying tech to be able to enable this as well. So really, really interesting to see how this space evolves. Right, I've got a few different tools that you might like to take home with you to help supercharge your awesomeness. The first is Perplexity. I spoke about Perplexity earlier, that this has replaced Google Search and ChatGPT for me, and for one very important reason. It gives you the sources of where it's captured the information from to produce its response to you. So whether you're using it as a Q&A or as a co-pilot, which is then going to be able to do tasks and it's going to verify your questions and want more information from you, either way, it's going to give you a list of websites that it has garnished all the information from to produce that answer. So it's referenceable information, right? And of course, these tools all have their own web crawlers. So a lot of the news sites now are starting to block the AI web crawlers so that their news articles aren't appearing in the search results for things like this, which is obviously they're not making any money, and this is a big issue at the moment around the world around how we're generating revenue for our news and media. But there's a discover, I think, in there, and it creates a newsfeed of articles that it starts to learn that I'm interested in. So it's populating it with useful and interesting stuff in there. Microsoft Copilot, of course. Copilot.microsoft.com at a public version. It's like ChatGPT. It's actually ChatGPT 4. So you're using ChatGPT 4 for free by jumping into Copilot here. You don't have to pay OpenAI for that. It's the enterprise version. I think it's about $585 a year per person. There might be some other criteria in there. We're seeing a number of organizations that are rolling this out. Is anyone using Microsoft Copilot business? Useful?
I'm not personally using it, but my business is using it.
Okay, good. Good start. A lot of companies are just rolling it out. It's been deployed, and there's no instructions. There's no, hey, you can do, this is some of the tasks that you could automate or augment with it. They're literally just deploying it and see how people start playing around with it, which is kind of an interesting way of doing it. But you're going to end up with a whole lot of people in the organization going, meh, didn't really do anything for me. Not helpful. This is Lexical. This is made in Auckland. This is a enterprise large language model, kind of ChatGPT builder, so you can deploy on-prem or wherever, and it's multi-model. So whatever open source model you want to deploy in it, I don't think it's whatever you want, but there's a whole selection of different models that you can deploy into the platform. And SmartSpace.ai I mentioned, doing some really, really interesting work and starting to be able to build workflows and automations off the back of enterprise data. HeyGen I talked about before in terms of creating, instead of your business leaders, if you've got people in the company that are generating, they've got to do financial reports or market announcements, or you're producing a whole lot of video content, explainer videos and those sorts of things. This is, we can do all of that for $50 a month here, right? It's just nuts. So what's the takeaway from today? I want you to start thinking about what your business might look like when it's powered by AI. How does that change the way that your customers find you, interact with you? How do they onboard into the business? How do you collect data in different ways from them that might enable you to create more prediction engines or use generative AI to personalize your comms and content to them? Start thinking about that. Think about the way that we can augment, optimize, or enhance the different processes and tasks that we have in the business. And again, it's boring stuff, right? It's the fiddly stuff like writing board papers and submitting RFPs and all the things that take lots of people time to be able to curate content and put together. And we can start taking those use cases and we can start prioritizing them by what's the impact on the business, right? How much is there going to be a productivity uplift? Is it going to reduce costs? Whatever that impact might be. What's the technical complexity to actually deploying some tooling or perhaps building a solution to be able to help you to do that? And of course, cost and time to value. We also need to consider the impact on people and thinking about the policies and the guardrails that we're deploying across the business. So as an example, like with the video of HeyGen, right? You wouldn't want anyone in your companies to be standing in front of a camera for a couple of minutes, front on to the camera, recording and then publishing that on YouTube. Because that's very easy for someone to be able to come, take that video and manipulate it. We call it deepfakes, right? HeyGen's really interesting because they've got safeguards and guardrails around protecting that. So I can't take a video that you've uploaded onto YouTube and put that into HeyGen because I've had to verify that the digital identity that I'm creating is me. So it actually asks you upload the footage, then you have to stand in front of your webcam and you have to say some words and it matches that up, right? So they've got guardrails to protect those sorts of things. But it's easy enough anyway, right? If someone really wants to do it, it's not difficult to find the tools. So you want to think about how you're producing video content like that. We want to use different cameras. We want to use graphics and overlays to make it harder for someone to steal your digital identity and your likeness. We might want to use background music so that it's harder to pick up the voice signature. There's different sort of basic editing things. We could use different camera angles and all that kind of stuff to do it. Thinking about how we're producing content like that's really important. It's also useful to know how your partners, how your customers, how other organizations that you work with, what's their AI policy? How are they utilizing AI? And does that impact any of the work that you're doing, right? And of course, we want to innovate at the speed of trust. We're not going to be deploying technology that's beyond the capability or where our people are at, right? So we want to be making sure that we're bringing our people along with us, that they understand what we're doing, and they're actually helping, like with House of Travel, right? They've got the retail travel agents coming back to us with, hey, can we do this? What can we do for this particular task? And so they're really on board because it's helping them be more productive, generate more revenue, and it's great for their job satisfaction as well. We're changing mindsets. We're thinking about what's the impact on our business, on our people, our customers? What are the new skills that they're going to have to learn? And with that, your AI journey is no doubt beginning, extending, accelerating. We're here to help Kiwi companies do lots of good stuff with AI. We run a monthly AI show event at the Generator here in Auckland. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you indeed. The floor is open to any questions anybody might have. Thank you. I don't have to walk far.
Hey, ChatGPT, what should I ask this AI guy?
Well, related to that, what's your opinion about AI eating itself, in that AI is going to be trained on the stuff that AI has already produced?
Don't know. I should have asked Tomo at Google that this morning before I came in. Not sure.
Okay. We'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see. As I said, you know, they're building these platforms and they're creating the hammers, and they're not like everyone's learning how people are using them, right? We take how, not particularly answering your question, but a segue anyway. You know, look at when ChatGPT 3.5 launched, and then all of a sudden, all around the world, we had these weekend coders all coming up with little task apps for different things, right? I'm gonna check if someone's submitting an assessment using AI. I'm gonna write a blog post. I'm gonna do this little fine task, and then OpenAI just goes, "Oh, those are all really great things. We can do those with AI agents," and they created custom GPTs, and all of the things, you know, those businesses become obsolete, right? Being an entrepreneur and trying to build something with AI at the moment must be pretty ballsy. I think the other thing to point, sorry, just quickly, the other point to your thing is we've got large language models with like 300 billion parameters, right? And so you've got these massive large language models which take a huge amount of compute power. And I think one thing we're noticing now is that we're getting better at producing models with much less information. So even 2 billion, like I've got an app on my phone with a large language model on it that can run on the edge. It's a 2 billion parameter large language model, right? And so quality data and smaller amounts of high quality data are proving very effective at building large language models now. So, yeah.
You've got a rabbit in the courier, right? You said you did.
What's that?
A rabbit in the courier.
Yeah, absolutely.
Purchased a rabbit. What are the use cases for that rabbit? Do you think they're going to find their way into business, or why did you buy it?
Well, we're already seeing it being used in business everywhere. So the rabbit's, you know, proving to be fairly helpful.
Yeah, but why did you buy it?
Why did I buy it? In 2016, 2017, I became really conscious of how the way we interact with devices was changing, right? We had Google Home, Amazon Alexa, we had Siri, people were starting to talk to their devices. As a tech marketer, understanding how people ask a question verbally versus typing a query in Google search got me really interested in how natural language processing would impact search for marketers, right? And then I was also working with a sister company for Aria, which is a natural language generation company in the UK. And so also thinking about from a customer service, I spent 4 years with Zendesk, and so understanding how we were using natural language models to be able to create conversation agents that would potentially automate or replace a whole lot of people in that customer service kind of space. That was really what anchored me in learning about the models and learning about AI, and it's just, you know, expanded from there. So that's kind of my kind of tangent on it, yeah.
As time goes on and more creative people use this sort of technology, where is the original thought and original ideas and original texts going to I can see that gradually diminishing until there's a sameness about things, because you said that also that AI is going to be using a small number of high quality documents.
Yep, but AI is not coming up with anything new, right?
Exactly.
Like text, ChatGPT, large language models, all they're doing is putting words in a pattern that have been done before. Text to image generation are just putting pixels in a pattern that have been done before. So the new and original is in your mind, right? It's in your creativity, right?
But the creatives are going to be starting to use AI instead of doing their own stuff. And the people, for example, maybe
there's
not so
going
much
to be
in art, but in writing business documents, you're writing an agenda, or you're writing a board minutes, you said, or board feedback. Those are all going to end up looking identical in a way, because they're going to use the same.
But it's not. Again, ChatGPT is the world's best consultant that knows nothing about your business, right? It's giving you a framework. No one should start a task from scratch. If you don't know how to create the minutes for a board meeting, it's a great way to learn what that framework might be. And as the human in the loop, you're then tailoring that response. You're getting a response from ChatGPT or whatever tool that you're using, and then you're modifying that and you're contextualizing it into your environment. So it's not an end-to-end solution here. I mean, we might get to the point where there's AI that's all-knowing about everything happening in your business, and then what do we do?
True. Anybody else? We've got more. Hello.
Not everyone's going to want to set up their own services on-prem. Is there some sort of certificate or seal of privacy or confidentiality that will be implemented in the online services, like an ISO standard?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I expect if you're deploying services across Amazon or AWS or Google Cloud, then they will have their own security protocols and everything that they are working within. So that's probably the best place to start. But in terms of deploying it onto your own tech, no, you'd have to create that yourself. Cool. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. Fabulous. Now, these are going to be lightning talks. What that format is going to be, it's going to be about 10 minutes-ish of presentation. I'm not going to be, very strict with the time. If someone goes over, if someone goes under, it's all good. We're all friends here. About 10 minutes of presentation, about 10 minutes of Q&A, and we've got 5 of these coming up. We're going to have 3, and then afternoon tea, and then we're going to have our final 2 after afternoon tea. So I am pleased to kind of introduce our very first lightning talker, Mr. John Beaufoy. Would you please come up to the front?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so I'm John Beaufoy from NWI. Like Jade, NWI is part of Skipton Group, albeit we're probably just a rounding error on the books of Skipton. But our group CEO is now gone, so I can keep under his radar. We're based in Christchurch, and we do software development just for Skipton Building Society, and we feel very much a part of their engineering team. My talk today is on Jade Source Control. Kevin and I actually gave a talk on this last year, but we were asked back to provide a bit of an update on it, so here we are. So I'll recap a bit on the what and the why, and I'll show you a few more things that we've done, and I'll explain a little bit about how our integration with it is going at Skipton. So, starting with why, Skipton is cranking up its Jade development. We've got 6 or 7 teams actively doing Jade changes. I had a count the other day, and I think we had 43 developers have made changes to our systems just in the last year. So there's a lot of change going on, and that's across Skipton, the UK and New Zealand. We've got 3 companies. We've got Skipton, we've got changes coming out of NWI, and also out of Jade. So a lot of change going on. Some of them work from home, some in the office, that type of thing. So We really need to be smart about how we do our code management. And what we've looked to do with that is, that's been the inspiration really for what we've done with JadeGit. So that is an open source project where we've built a component to allow developers to work away in a standalone environment and have those changes captured and pushed into a common repository. Then from that repository, your code can be pulled back out again and deployed into test and your production systems. So the repository becomes the source of truth, and you can use that if you have a test environment. You can augment that to perhaps reflect one of your production sites and the code in there if you want to do some triage, or also if your devs have got some changes done, you want to load those in to do some testing before you ship. So it's pretty easy to get going with this. You can just Google JGit. You find it on GitLab. There's a project there. There's some installation notes on how to do it. But really what we're talking about is downloading some binaries, putting them in your bin folder, a couple of ini settings, and you're way to go. You can then push into a repository, or if you're already underway, you can pull changes down from that and get what everyone else has been doing. Now, Skipton's been quite clever in this part in that we've developed what we're calling workspaces. So we've actually preloaded an environment with all the code in it. We've pre-installed JadeGit. We've got it wired up to the repo. So developers just download these and they're good to go. And I'll take you through a few of the screens. This one you've seen before, the rest of them probably not. But the experience of this extension is similar to that of Visual Studio. So you create a branch, you do your coding changes, so you change your forms, you've got web services, write unit tests, all that type of stuff, and you commit. And then you can push that up to your repo. So that's the sort of the experience. And JadeGit's agnostic to whatever branching strategy you want to use. For Skipton, we're going with a trunk or a feature-based approach. And with that, you've got the master line, the green line down the middle. That reflects the code that you've already got live or the code soon to be live. And when you want to make a change, you branch off that master branch. That's depicted by the red commits there. So that's where you're doing your coding, your testing. And when you're happy with it, you merge that back into your main branch. And when you want to cut a release, again, you take a branch off main, and depicted by the blue dots there, and that reflects the release that you're going with. So a couple of new screens. We've now got a screen in the UI where you can select one of the branches, and it will give you the commit history associated with it. And as part of that, we've built in a Git graph there. This is just Jade controls. We haven't needed to go to anything outside of Jade's native capabilities. But the graph there is great in the sense that if you're creating branches off branches, or you just want to understand the origin of where a branch came from and where it ended up, that's quite a useful thing to have. And from the screen, you can select any two commits, and then you can compare them. So on the right-hand side there, you can see the classes that have changed between those two commits. When you select one of those, the larger area there, you're seeing what code changes actually took place. And that, for Skipton, has actually been quite an eye-opener for us to be able to see what's actually in an entire release. It's not a view that we've had before, so that's been quite interesting, at times scary. And we actually had to put a fix into this form not too long ago as a result of using it at Skipton. We're wondering why it was breaking on a specific class. It turned out that that class had 400,000 lines of code on one class. So that's something special for us. We actually built a feature into this screen also that we hadn't set out to do because it's not a natural fit with what we wanted to do with Git, but it allows us to extract from, so you've got commit A and commit B. The extract function allows you to create a patch to get across to that, basically the delta of those two commits. So you've got your schema files, your DDX, your JCFs, and that allows us to get there. And I'll come back to that point because it's actually useful as far as where we're at Skipton. CI pipeline is something we're also using more and more of now. So this helps us in two areas with our deployments, deployment testing and our unit tests. So most developers would have experienced that situation where they've tried to load code into an environment only to find that the deployment fails because there was some code that yours depended on which wasn't in there. It's quite a frustrating thing. That's a common event. And the other one is with unit tests. Now, big fan of unit tests, you should all be writing them. But even those diligent enough to be writing them, typically what you're doing is you're writing the tests associated with your work, and those are probably the only ones that you run associated with it as well. So how do you know that you haven't broken a test in some other part? That's something that you don't get. So you might then have a batch runner that runs every night and tells you what tests are broken. But with those, you don't know why they're broken, you don't know who broke them. So what we've got in terms of our Skipton approach is we've got a convention of if our branches have got a certain name, effectively if they're a feature, it will initiate a pipeline running when we push that into our repository. And that pipeline is going to spin up a Jade environment in the cloud. It's going to have all the sort of prerequisite code in reflecting the first commit. And we're going to do a deploy test. We're going to then run all our unit tests. And then we're going to send that user an email, and it's going to tell them whether or not it was successful. So very quickly they find out whether or not their code has broken something. And more importantly, they can deal with it before they pass that problem on to someone else. So yeah, we're quite keen on where that's going for us. So in the last part of my talk, I just wanted to explain where we are in relation to integrating this at Skipton. So unfortunately, we're not quite there and being fully live at Skipton. There's a few reasons for that. We've got a lot of change going on. We've actually got some processes at Skipton that we actually need to unwind in order to get this in. I could talk about that a bit more in question time. But we've also got a couple of big ticket things that are going to say supersede this. One of them is we are taking all of our on-prem Jade systems and we're going to push them into the Azure cloud. And another project we're doing is we're integrating Microsoft Dynamics. So it's a fair bit of change going on. Skipton is, we're going to say, risk adverse. So yeah, we'll just have to bide our time with that. But in terms of this current approach we've got, our current tool is CCM, and that allows us to deploy into our test, pre-prod, and live systems. But what we are able to do already is to make use of Jade Git by copying down these workspaces, have devs start to make their changes in that space, and they can run the CI pipeline that I just showed you, and then when they're done, they can use that extract feature and extract the changes into our CCM and dev environment. So that's really good for us because that gives us some feedback and some testing, and before we actually get fully live. Yeah, so that's been a great experience. So what we're going to, when the opportunity presents, we're then going to be able to start deploying, use this to deploy out to our test systems, and ultimately we get to live, where CCM just fades into the background for us, and yeah, it'll be happy days. So just before I open it up for questions, I just wanted to actually unashamedly thank the Jade Platform team. We've had a number of talks with them in terms of what we're doing. They like what we're doing, and they've actually been, really good in terms of building some features into Jade that's just going to make Jade Git even better. So Andy, Patrick, John, all the team, thanks for that. Yeah, that's it. So just for question time, I've got Kev Saul here as well. He's the sort of the OG of the Jade Git project. So yeah, fire away with questions if you have any.
So is Jade Git a completely new product? Is it anything like GitHub? And why aren't you using GitHub?
So Jade Git is an open source project. Jade Git is an open source project I started a few years back. It's hosted on GitLab. It is sort of builds a sort of set of binaries that you can install into the Jade install, so to interact with a Git repository. It uses the Jade database as a backend for the Git database. For the Git ODB backend. Then within the pipeline stuff, which you could use GitHub, GitLab as your DevOps. There's a console executable to use for building deployments based on a repository that has been populated using JKit.
Did that answer your question? Yeah. So so Skipton is very much into Git. It's very much into Azure DevOps, and so we're getting all the features out of that we need. You know, the scalability, flexibility, all those sorts of things. But you can use whatever. So while you are forced to use Git, you can use whatever repository platform works for you. So that side of it, and one of those is GitHub. So GitHub provides a means for where you can store all your code, and the Jade Git is more of something that runs alongside the IDE to help capture the changes and to be able to communicate back to that repository.
Okay, cool. Anybody else?
So every Jade developer needs to have their own copy of the Jade source on their PC and running it single user. Is that the way you see it happening? Are they all at the moment logging into one development system via thin client or fat client? And the way this is going to work is everyone has their own copy of Jade on their PC that then feeds in.
Essentially, yes, we're going from one extreme to the other. So currently, for Skipton, we actually have three sort of shared development databases that everyone logs into. It's quite painful working from New Zealand, as you can imagine, because they're hosted in the UK. So we're going to go from that to having single user databases running on your workstation. We have a process for taking what is a production backup, stripping it of code, stripping it of data, so it's just code only, and then you run that on your local workstation. There is a middle ground I want to get to. We could have a shared database that people are logging into using thin client, so you could be having multiple developers sharing a...
So if you've taken all the data out, then how are people going to do any testing themselves within their code? You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I mean that's essentially what we're doing for Skipton, because we obviously don't want production data in there. I mean you could scramble your database, you could strip it of actual data and load it up with some fixture data. So you're not obliged to have an empty database as well.
So actually, I'll add a bit to that, Sam. So with our Skipton development environment, because we've got so many developers wanting to make changes in there, it's actually impractical to have data in there. It's unfortunate, because when you go and do a reorg, everyone else has sort of got to get knocked out and all that type of thing. So those things go on. So, but having a database on your client workstation actually means you could actually put data in there and do that very quick iterative build test. So that's actually one of the reasons to get to that state. I think, as Kev says, there'd be a nice middle ground, so you've actually got the choice as to which way you want to work. But we've tried both extremes, and they've both got their advantages. But we're just starting to provide fixture data into our development environments so that you can spin up your apps and just got enough there to get your job done before you take it to the bigger databases to do that sort of bigger testing. I mean, we're nearing 1.5 terabytes in our main system now, and it's only going to get bigger. It's impractical to have that on every laptop type thing, so it's just striking that balance.
So is Jade Git an open source project, and are you looking for help with anything?
Yes and yes.
What sort of help?
We have actually had a few different contributions, so people have had a go at it in different ways. if you want to have a go with the really hard nitty-gritty stuff, I'm sort of happy to sort of talk about things with people. There's other ways of helping with regards to testing stuff, providing feedback, potentially helping with documentation. There's a whole lot of stuff that we've done internally within Skipton in terms of building up pipelines in Azure, which isn't directly part of JGit, but in terms of providing examples for people that are so relatively generic examples. That's the kind of thing that's going to help people figure out how to use this kind of stuff, but also adapt it to your own ecosystems.
Yeah, and I think just starting to use it, I think would be good for us to see. I mean, with Skipton, we spent 20 years we built it within a year or two, our prior system, and then we've built all sorts of things on top of it, but only Skipton's been able to get the value out of that. And it's across all the teams here, we've all got the same problem to solve. It's not, so it just seems like a really good thing to do. Just so happens we're building it and it's sort of sponsored by Skipton, but at the same time, I don't see any reason why a number of the teams here couldn't pick it up and use it. So give it a go.
Just build it and they will come.
We've got a question over here.
Sorry, this isn't a question, it's more a comment about the data. I think often for a development system it's better not to have production data, because often that gets corrupted over time if it's in a development system anyway. So it's better to just have set up scripts that you could run so you've got a known state.
It's very true. We've got, I'm going to say at Skipton, which is probably unique in terms of some of the teams here, is we've got our data in-house. So typically what we're doing is we're regularly refreshing back to our test systems. And so we've got this live data in test, so we have to run that through an anonymisation process for that. There's pros and cons. The fixture data is great for when your unit tests or integration tests are running over it, so it's quite stable. But at the same time, you've got products and bits and pieces coming into the system all the time that might be where the latest fault has occurred on with a certain type of data all over the place type thing, and setting that up can be quite difficult. So the flexibility about getting a live system back into test and playing around with that also has its uses as well. But as I say, the impracticality of just copying a big system down to your laptop just sort of makes it a non-event anyway.
You mentioned that you've found working with the platform team really helpful. You really enjoyed it. No question. I just thought it's worth reiterating for the video.
Yes, we are awesome. Putting myself in that group now. Yeah, over here.
Are you the only users of JadeGit at the moment, or do you know of others that are using it at the moment? How many people are involved in it?
I do know of other people who have experimented with using it with their systems. I mean, Skipton aren't using it in production yet, and I doubt anyone else has raced to that point. I would say it's not quite there yet. But yeah, we have certainly had sort of communications from various people having a go at just trying to try it out, experiment with it.
All right, sounds good. I am deviating slightly from the lightning talk format. We started like a moment early, so we do have time for one more if anybody else has. Oh, one more. And then if anybody else has any more, we're going to have it after.
Is the idea of it that the source control or the change control is working on the code and the code only, not the data?
Correct.
I'm just wondering what happens to potential data that's being created between versions of branches or versions of master when the code switches. So for example, if I created a new class, I created persistent instances of that class in a branch, I reverted back to a previous version without that class and instances of that class. What happens to the database integrity?
Yeah. Well, it's very astute, that question, to have picked up one of the scenarios. So if you're in the IDE and you do create that class in a new branch, and then you actually jump back to where you were previously, that in a sense has removed that class from the system again, because the commit matches. You want the IDE to match that. There's a couple of things. Bear in mind that what you're doing there is you're in a development environment. It's not the production system. You're only putting there the end result of those changes. So you want to be exact about that side of it. In development, and I'm going to say it doesn't really matter as much. And that's another good case for having the fixture data so you can spin things up. We've built in some hooks that allow data to be transitioned as you're going from one place to another as well, so that can help with what was effectively could be a migration. But if you choose to take the class out, then, well, yeah, it's gone. Yeah.
Funnily enough, there was actually a fault in the build process for it. If there was data, it would actually fail because it falls over on can't delete a class because there's instances. But yeah. And actually on that topic, there is I don't know if you put the slide in, but there is a page in documentation that highlights sort of notable issues for anyone who is having a go about sort of known issues. This could be for things that haven't been implemented as part of the project, or are just things that were still sort of on a list to work through with the plant.
Wonderful. Anything? Well, actually, no. I said no more questions. I'm going to stick to what I said. Then I'm going to thank these two guys and invite some applause, please. Without further ado, I am now going to invite our next speakers up to the front. We've got two wonderful gentlemen from VCare, Chris and Paul. Thank you very much. Wait, I said thank you before you applauded. Applaud, applaud, applaud.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chris. I'm from VCare, and I'm mercifully going to speaking very briefly because Paul gets the whole privilege of explaining things. We're just going to be talking today about some particular challenges that we've worked on some solutions for from VCare. With VCare over the last few years. It's kind of similar to what we were looking at this morning with the JESP stuff, but these are ones that we've got out there and working with our clients. So VCare, firstly, just in case you don't know who we are, we specialise in end-of-life care. We look after your retirement villages, your nursing homes, and the journey through that. We do it all over the country, and we also do it internationally. Organisations from the small operators right through to the very, very large. Out of the box or bespoke solutions, or particularly in large case of large corporates, ones that are built around their particular business models. So some of the people who use our solutions are well known, some less well known, but people like Ryman Healthcare, Somerset, Bupa, they all use it to run their business. So we have a lot of data that we manage, and there's a lot of data that needs to be used by those organisations to understand what's going on. And we cover an awful lot of aspects of their businesses. Everything through from first touch, sales, prospecting, through to people coming on board in their journey, contracts, services, billing, care, and so on. We talk to a lot of other solutions and we store a lot of data. So Paul's going to talk about how we deal with some of that data from a reporting perspective. Thanks, Paul. You switched on?
Can you speak into the lectern for just a second?
Is that better? Yeah. Okay, all right. So what we've actually got from reporting is that we've got a journey that we've gone through to actually get to where we are now. So we started with, in the beginning, was a report writer, so that's enough said with that one. Just skip on. Then we have Jade reports. So these are reports that we actually develop within the Jade environment, and we just send frames through to the printer. That means that we can get a lot more complex reports that we could add out of the report writer. But we were developing a lot of custom reports, so it was sucking up a lot of time. We then found ODBC. Yep, the great. Clients are starting to get access to the data source, and they can actually see how the data was actually stored. But we found pretty quickly that with complex queries, ODBC was really slow, and it started to have a production hit on some of our clients. We then moved to RPS, which is great for the larger clients that had the resources to spin up another server and to have that extra instance of the database around. They loved the data warehouse. What they didn't love was how often it actually broke and how long it actually took to rebuild it after it broke. We then tried doing Excel templates. So these are Excel reports that we had, the clients could develop their own pivot tables and pivot charts, and we stored them, and we could actually update the raw data that was behind them and update them that way when they actually did an extract. The downside of it was that Excel doesn't like you actually inserting columns in the middle of the raw data. It breaks all the pivot charts, so we actually had to do fixes after each release. So then we came up with, at this stage we were looking into a lot more of the REST web services. We were getting very heavy into web services at this point. So we came up with the idea of reporting API. So what we wanted to do was get users away from using tools like RPS and Jade reports. We wanted to provide more robust options, and so they could use it from Power BI and data warehouses. We wanted to reduce the development effort for writing reports, and we also needed to reduce the impact on the primary databases. Most of our systems all have a primary and a secondary. We have a DR, and as we know with DRs, you've got them sitting on exactly the same resources as your primary, so they're just sitting there just replicating journals. So why not utilise it? So what we do is we stick our REST web services running on the secondary, and that way we can redirect all of the reporting aspects running on the secondary. It leaves the primary systems completely alone. The whole idea of the reporting API was came about when Microsoft GraphQL came out, and that was back in the early days of that. So it's the concept of just having a single endpoint that we could actually just pass in a query and get what we wanted out. So to have a look at some of those queries, very basic one, you just pass in an OID. We'll give you the entire object of that OID back. Doesn't matter what OID it is, we'll just pass it all back. This has all the properties on the object, all the collection names, all the references, everything that's on there, plus some more. So if it's a reference, we'll also give you the OID of the reference. If the reference has a code and description, we'll pass that back as well. So that way we're flattening out a lot of those objects to make their reporting easier. You can also pass in a class name. So for this example, I'm passing in VC unit. This will return you every instance of VC unit. So this is a quick way to populate an entire table. We can then drill down onto those queries, so we can expand out on those references. So in this example, I'm including the all contracts. So I'm including my units and all contracts that are under that. And we can continue to include as many references as we like, so the queries can get quite complex. Because you're iterating over collections, we do have the extra options of, effectively where clauses. So where a particular date is null. We can change the direction that it's actually iterating over, so we can change it to iterate in reverse. We can also paginate, so number to return, and then we're actually starting from the next time that you're actually doing the page. Now, as you can imagine, because we're actually returning every single property and all the references, the payloads by standard is going to be really large. What we can actually do is we can put a schema definition at the front of it, in which case, in this example here, for the unit contracts, I'm only interested in those three fields: physical, activate date, and the possession date. And for units, I only want to see the code and the village description. That way the output only has those fields. It's stripped everything else out. So we've got the reporting API used by a number of clients out there already. We have it used in Power BI. So Power BI is directly making the API calls straight to the secondary, getting those tables back and displaying them in the reports that they've developed. We can also do that through SQL Server as well. So using scheduled tasks, stored procedures, they can actually go and populate the data warehouse, and they can actually do creates, updates, update the tables. We have some clients that are using them through DevOps pipelines. That's to get around some restrictions that are in SQL Server, so they can actually manage large data a lot better. We do have a connector in Waikato, which is like a middleware, so that actually is for integrations with other applications, so it's actually using the reporting API to get the data out to pass through. And we do have some other clients that actually develop their own middleware layer as well. So they're reading from the reporting API, but they're either using other REST web services to actually write the data back, so that way they can get two-way integration. So I've just got a couple of quick examples. If I just do this. How do I move this onto that screen? Right, so this is just a quick report that was actually just done up in Power BI. So it's actually using the data that's coming out of the reporting API, and it's actually just displaying that as graphs, and everything is on the wrong screen for me, of course. How that actually works is that we specify the JSON up front, and when we're actually doing the query. So this here actually has the query built into the JSON response there. We've got the source, which is where the API endpoint actually is. That'll also have the key and everything else that's in there so it can actually connect, and it's bring waterback list straight away. So that's the JSON response that's actually come back. Then effectively we're just doing the transformations. So we're converting what's actually being returned into a table, and then we're just expanding out those columns. This query itself is using multi-level, so it's actually got another reference in there. So we can actually, in Power BI, you can actually expand out both of those levels as well, which will give you then one row for each sort of instance. So that's from a reporting API, so from the Power BI, so you can actually call that directly. So it's great when you've actually got a small data set that you're not, that's not going to take a long time to get. The other example that I've got is using SQL. I'll just bring that over. So we can provide a lot of stored procedures for our clients that can actually build up the database in SQL with the exact tables that they actually want. They can also have the stored procedures to actually update the tables on changes using other mechanisms. In this example here, I'm going to create a client table. So it's just got the specific fields that I'm actually after out of the reporting API. I've got my query there, and this query is actually going to be paginated, so it's only going to get 8 records at a time. And then once it's actually got the data, then it's actually just going to insert it into the table. So hopefully if this is still connected, it should be able to run it. Execute the procedure. Yep. And there I have 160 records that is just downloaded from the API, inserted and as the table. So that way we don't have any middleware between what they're actually reporting on and directly from the actual database itself. Any questions?
Questions? Okay, I saw this hand first, but I saw that hand over there as well. There you go.
Looks very cool. So is this a standard implementation of GraphQL, or is it some sort of,
no,
you were inspired by?
We were inspired by it at the time.
Okay.
So it's at the early days of GraphQL, so that's when we came up to do this ourselves.
Right, so you couldn't put a sort of a standard GraphQL Explorer on the front and then go and explore the schema and so on.
No.
And so is there any sort of security that you can put on your so that you can prevent particular users from accessing fields that they shouldn't see or whatever?
Yeah, we've got keys that are associated with in the actual database for that we provide with them, and on those keys we can actually specify what classes they can actually get out and what they can't. We can also restrict it down by IP addresses and users as well.
And there was a was there a question? Did I not see the question? Oh, I did see a question.
Your initial diagram showed your Jade database and a secondary database. What populates this secondary database?
That's just the normal Jade SDS database, so it's fully replicated. So that's what DR purpose is.
So it's not RPS, just the SDS?
It's just the SDS, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else with any questions for Paul? Oh. Do you have one really, or are you just picking on him at this point? Okay.
So this is very cool. So is this available for other people to use, or is this just your proprietary technology?
It can be available. I mean, it's very easy to actually set up. We've actually got a script that actually generates all the classes and code for us. So we don't actually write any of the code for this anymore. We just have a couple of standard methods that we need to actually run it. Each release we just run a script and it regenerates everything for us.
All right, nice one. If you guys think of more questions, Paul's not going to run away. He's going to be here for the rest of the day. There's going to be drinks afterwards. No, you're not going to run away. You love spending time with us. Come on. I will thank you so much. That was fantastic. Without further ado, I would love to introduce our next lightning talk speaker. He spoke back in 2022, 2 years ago, and he's back by popular demand. He's sending me looks like, why are you saying all this? It's Jeremy Ridley from Contec. Come on up. He's still sending me looks.
Okay, so I guess the green button's for me, right? Okay. Can everybody hear me? Yes. Okay, well, good afternoon. I'm Jeremy from Contec Group, and for those of you that don't know, we produce Madcap, which is for the dairy industry, and we sell that all around the world. And so the reason I'm here is because I attended a TOI last year, and there was some conversations going on about how we would move functionality to the internet, because our functionality that we have is kind of a hybrid solution where we have all of our back-end processing running through the thin client, and all of our public-facing stuff is through browsers. Okay, but the functionality is very different, and so there were some conversations going on about how we would move all that back-end stuff onto the internet, and so I kind of admitted that we were thinking about that. And so Mariann made me come here and talk about it. So that's basically what we're talking about today. So if I go through these things, so we are migrating all of our stuff to a browser UI. And the reason we're doing that is because of customer demand. Okay, so some of our customers like the idea, some of them don't care. But it's kind of a marketing exercise as well, because our competitors like to say that they're cloud-based and we're kind of not. So we need to make this move, and we need to do it properly. Okay, so our objectives for this, and we've been thinking about it for quite a long time before we actually did it, and I can see there's no screen here anymore. Oh my God. So we wanted to retain all our functionality, right? So we don't want to start rewriting everything again, because we've got a lot of functionality that we need to move. So one of our objectives is to retain all our functionality, all of our security, all of our auditing, all of the things that people really like about our system we need to retain regardless of the UI. We need to provide this new deployment option, cloud ready, Jade services anywhere, and everything browser based. Okay, but we still want to retain the thin client functionality we have, because it works, people like it, and it's always good. So the other thing we want to do is do as little work as possible. Okay, so we don't want to make it a huge exercise that's going to bog us down, because we've got a significant advantage in terms of functionality compared to our competitors, and we don't want to get bogged down rewriting a user interface which is going to let people catch up to us. And we want to continue to expand functionality while this is going on, so our Jade developers can still continue to develop new functionality that will then automatically migrate to the browser without us having to do anything. Okay, so those are our objectives. So what we've got at the moment is we've got a bunch of portal-based systems for farmers and for third parties and for trucking companies and people that are outside of the system. We've got a lot of APIs. So we've got a REST API that's at the moment got over 150 endpoints, which allows us to do a lot of things on mobile phones and things like that. And so a lot of the data that's coming into our system right now is coming through those APIs already. Okay. And then we've got our back end. Okay, so our back end contains all of our master data, all of our reporting, all of our processing, all that good stuff. So at the moment, the system looks like this. So for our reporting and data processing functions, we've got 1,800 of them. Okay, so there's standard reports and payment processes, stuff like that. We've got 250 master data maintenance screens. So that's vendors and addresses and bank accounts and all sorts of stuff like that. We've got 350 instances of single entry parameters. Okay, so that's lists of products and vehicles and things like that. And then we've got 100 instances of single layer parameters, so they're constants and stuff like that, that there's not multiple instances of. Okay, so for anybody that's worked for us before, you'll know these 4 areas quite well, and we've always been quite strict about how we deploy them and develop them. So that's 2,400 forms we've got to try and put to the internet, doing no work, hopefully. And then we've got a number of other forms that don't fit into those 4 categories, okay? So there they are again. And so within Jade, at the moment, those 4 areas are controlled by 4 separate forms, right? Okay, and so what our objective was to do was to recreate those forms within a browser and then arm them with the functionality that we needed to then migrate everything at once. Okay, so if we were able to develop one reporting form that had all of the functionality that we had inside Jade, including being able to double click on stuff and select drop downs and any sort of formatting, then that would be a good thing. And the same goes for all of the other forms as well, because inside Jade we're very heavy on data validation and security and things like that. Okay, so our approach was to use the REST API. Okay, so we decided that for each of those 4 areas we would have 2 additional API endpoints, one for dragging down all of the prompts and the formats, and one for pushing it back up again and saving the data or validating it or running the reporting process. Okay. So ideally we would get to the point where we could add a new report or a new process and that would automatically migrate itself to the browser and to the thin client at the same time with all the same options. Okay, so we're effectively going to be developing once and deploying twice. Okay, so the progress that we've made to date is quite good. Okay, so we've been able to migrate the 1,800 reports. All right, so we did that in such a way that everything was the same as it was inside the thin client. But what we were able to do in the browser, of course, we have a lot more options, and so we were able to give them the options of producing those reports in Excel or PDF or an HTML or any other format they wanted, and also we were able to batch those reports for them as well. So we were able to hold them for a number of days so that if they wanted to go and look at that report again, it was in a library for them and deliver them via email and things like that. We've also done the 350 single parameter screens, so they're already done for us, and we're working on the remainder. So the ones that we're going to do last are the more complex ones. So that's where you have complex master data where there's a vendor and multiple addresses and multiple bank accounts and multiple contacts and all those types of things, because we need to get it to a stage where we can just tell the API what the data class is, and it's going to give us the whole mapping of that master data, and we can generically manage it in a web browser. Okay, and that's similar to what we're doing with all the others. All right, because at the moment, the way that these APIs work is that we have put the menu structure of all our modules into the browser, and each menu item is armed with a class and a process type. And so we pass that to the API, and it gives us all of the validation and formatting that is applicable. Okay, so the concept is working, and we've already deployed it. So we've actually deployed actually on mobile phones first, before the browser, because we had a need to do that. And so we've deployed the concept on mobile phones. Okay, so we've faced a number of challenges. The first one being that the Jade REST is stateless, and we're heavy on validation. Okay, so a lot of our processes will ask you a bunch of questions or tell you you can't do it. And so we needed to come up with a way of doing that that didn't involve any coding. Okay? And so the way we did it in the end, since Jade REST is stateless, is that our API gives us any error messages or anything that needs to be validated along with the options, so yes, no, cancel, whatever, and the browser will display that, and then the next time we send the request, we send the answer and the question as well. So each time it goes back to Jade REST, it has a stack of questions and answers, and so Jade REST can then know what our previous answers were and move through the validation process for us. Okay, so that's one of our challenges. So we've managed to do that, and that's working perfectly. So now we can press the submit button, and it will say, you know, do you really want to do this? You can't do this at this time. Do you choose this, that, whatever? And the process will work just like it did in Thin Client. The other challenge we've had is obviously long run reporting. So in Thin Client, we can run reports over 5-10 minutes, and they will just complete. But in the REST API, we can't do that. Okay, so we'll have a timeout on IIS or a timeout somewhere else. So what we've decided to do there is use our batch reporting processes, so we can detect how many vendors or how many farms are in the system and what the date range is, and determine how long that report's going to take, and then choose to batch it. Okay, so then each user has their own list of batch reporting, and we update in real time the percentage of all the processes and where they're all at, and they get notified when the processes are complete, and if they choose to, they can get an email copy of what the output was. Okay, so those are two challenges we found moving from Thin Client to the web browser. And so our next steps are that we complete the transition of the initial 4 stages. It's not urgent for us, so we're just doing it when time allows. And what we're going to do following that is to work with our less complex clients to establish the the screens that are not included in those 4 areas, what ones they use most often, so we can deploy them or develop them in order of usage. Okay, so we'll start off with our smaller clients first. And at the completion of that process, since we don't use any third-party products at all, we're going to be ready for what Jade discussed last year, which is the modification of the back end of Jade to support all of the cloud-based services. So we're doing our bit now, and when Jade's ready, we'll be able to leverage everything they've done. And that's it. Thank you for that.
Well done. Thank you so much. Are there any questions, of course? Anybody got any questions for us? It's okay if the answer is no. Wait, we've got a question.
Uh-oh.
You're not off the hook.
Appreciate the ambition to do the minimum work there. I get that totally. What do you land up with two definitions of that logic in some form? The original Jade with Jade code on against forms, and also something else?
No, because what we did originally was we separated the functionality from the forms. I forgot to mention that bit.
Anybody else have any questions? I'm really sorry. All right, well.
I can go.
You can go.
All right.
It wasn't that bad, see? Well done. Thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I would like to introduce our next speaker. He is very excited to be speaking. So earlier there was a reference to, there was an event in Christchurch, and I pretty much roped all of our afternoon speakers into speaking. I kind of was just like, that's such a good point. Can you make that into a presentation at Jug? And they all came through. So I am really, really thrilled at all of you who are doing your presentations. You're crushing it, and the discussions are lively and fantastic. So awesome, all of you. So for more awesome, please welcome to the stage Mr. Kerry Glynn.
Hi. For those, I've got a screen, that's good. For those who don't know me, I'm Kerry. I've worked with Jade since about '99, and I've been involved with Aoraki Corporation or things from about 1987. So I'm time to retirement just about, you know. I've been with SSI. I asked a friend of mine to contact the owner, John Baird, years ago. And he did, and said John was interested, and then one of these sort of karma things, or Schreckenfreud or whatever or something, I get on a plane out of Invercargill, and he's sitting one seat behind me with a spare seat next to him. So we decided it was appropriate. Oh, I got the clicker? Green? Okay, so I just got a little bit of history about SSI because, you know, we hear the name occasionally. We've been going, it was set up by these two guys, John Baird and Chris Curry, in about '81, so we've been around for a long time. They started off doing hardware and implementation and things and various other bits and pieces, and I can't see these things down here. That's all right. They were both electricians, so originally they were doing, you know, the old, those of you who are old in the tooth, like, well, there's many people here probably. Didn't want to give names out too early in the piece. They were selling, you know, your 20 megabyte hard drive for like $5,000 and things like that, you know, the old days. John developed a systems using, I think it was, I'm not sure it was Turbo Pascal, but it was some sort of Pascal with 64K memory overlays and things. It was the sharp end, Craig, of the world. And all his applications were bespoke, and they were all separate, you know, different kind of organisations. Shortly after that, of course, along came Y2K and pretty much slaughtered you know, a lot of things he'd done because of the way he'd done them at the time. And he looked around for a tool to replace his Pascal with, and he settled on either Delphi or Jade. And at the time, I think he was in Peterborough Street, and Jade was down out in the tech park, obviously, and he did decide to use Jade. So a few of the people who are already retired were harangued by him for hours every day about how to do this or how to do that or how do I do things, and he was developing a framework to sit things on. So whereas before he'd had everything running under separate systems, he wanted to get a common element. So he started Jade framework, and he got these the framework layers set up with multiple schema hierarchies. Obviously, one of them was a base layer which does all our forms management and security and all those sort of things. One is financials, and below that is the applications themselves. We don't have any development licenses at site like many of you have. We do have source because we just find it a bit easier, but it's encrypted, and it does help us out sometimes. Press that, click on that. We don't have a sales team or a sales resource or anything like that. We just sell by word of mouth or people that contact us or we don't sell, whichever happens, you know. It's tragic in itself, eh? We've got alliances with one of our competitors in the States who we replaced. They had an old DOS system they wanted to get rid of, and they got rid of themselves as well in the end. We go via third parties, so we have how would I say here? 2 or 3 other entities that actually develop on our framework as well, and they are doing shearer systems, so stock agents who have sales on site or off site and yards. They're doing those. They're doing the thing which, and Caroline, you'll appreciate this. They're doing piecework stuff, and whenever the government and all their fancy consultants decide they'll do out a new payroll system, they completely forget about piece workers. So they, guys who get paid for shearing get paid by the sheep, not by the hour or by the salary or anything, and so they just don't think about that, which is always a pain. We've got a couple of products that we sort of sell ourselves, Global Equip and Global Bake. Global Bake being the main one that we really work on, and we've had one-offs in, as you can see here, a whole list of stuff. Forestry, fuel. For a while we were doing one of the unions, specialists who were doing appointments and things, real estate, Chevrolet, who are still using our system, boat maintenance, fishing. And the one I forgot, which is actually was reminded by the B Corp stuff, is we also have an application which lets farmers optimise their profit. Not their output, but their profit. Because most farmers don't optimise their profit, they optimise their output, because that's what the people downstream want to get from them. So in the case of a dairy farmer, Fonterra wants maximum milk output, which may not be the best value for the farmer in the long run. So we've got a system that will track and monitor nitrogen and things like that. Okay, I just did a quick look. We've got about 700 application registrations in our system at the moment. So that's 700. I won't say systems because it's not necessarily a one-to-one relationship, but we've got a lot of customers out there who are using our applications in a variety of different ways. Click on that, press that. Okay, so what issues do we have? Pretty much the same as everyone has, largely. We've had problems with, not problems, sorry, that's not right. We have Jade upgrades to do, and let's say we've got 300 sites to do them on. How do we do that? Okay. Jade Managed Services, and I couldn't find the correct name, I hope that's not too far wrong, is not an option for our customers because our customers are largely smaller entities. Okay. So they've got servers in-house, they're running 24/7 and things like that. We have issues with security and continuity and things like that, so we're always worrying about our customers' data. We have issues with the cloud, which we call someone else's computer, which is a technical term. We have issues with marketing, and not in a bad way necessarily, but I'm sure, as you all know, marketing sells things that are hot, not necessarily things that are useful or relevant or needed. Sorry, Mariann. And I'm not picking on people. So the hot things are BI, right? BI is hot at the moment. People want things. AI is hot at the moment. People want things, right? The cloud's hot at the moment. People want to be in the cloud. They don't know what it means, but they still want it. One of our customers who has a very large, it was actually a wool trading organisation, he said to us, this is the CEO, I tell you not a lie, he said, I want to get KPIs out of the system. And our guy said, well, what will that look like? And he said, well, it'll be a graph and it'll have points on it. True story. That was a CEO of a company that operates in the UK, China, Australia. Well, sorry, to be fair, used to operate, and you'll know why here. They probably don't say much now. Okay. AI. We have our customers who are in the baking side. Maybe they've got 1,000 customers they sell to. Maybe they've got 300 products that they sell, not all to one customer, but to a variety of customers. Maybe they buy 365 days of the year because every day they're doing the same thing or similar things. We've got to factor in, if we're looking at AI, we've got to factor in the weather because it might be hot, which means we sell more sandwiches, or it could be cold because we sell more pies. And we've got seasonal things, so there could be Christmas or Easter might sell different things. They might have events, conferences, weddings that sell more. So they have all that sort of thing. And now we're supposed to take that data and work out what to do. I don't know. Ask the baker. He's the guy that knows what to do. You know? So we're talking about trying to analyse 40 million records to come up with some sort of a AI-infused answer, whatever that might be. Okay? And then, of course, when we get to the other side of things, if we do create a solution, how do we deploy it across our 300 sites? So I was talking with Paul about Power BI as a reporting tool, right? Not easy to deploy across sites. It's not a great, it's designed for one-on-one sort of thing. We want to put it across all our customers and have them be able to use it if they want to. Some other issues, press the button. How do we support them? So at the moment we're in about 10 geographies. So that means we're running across 10 different time zones and 10 different places and different issues. Some of our customers, some of our bigger customers are behind closed networks, so we can't even get onto their system. They can't get out of their system. It's just a bit of a nightmare. And also, we don't use multi-language, but we do change a few words. So we have to actually have different words in different geographies sometimes, right? Which is a bit interesting to do. How do we get app updates out to them? Right? How do we get them to get a new version of the system? How do we just update because of the bug? Right? How do we solve problems of timing? And by timing, I mean we're, like many of you, we're going forward all the time. So for example, my partner John, he developed a way of having effectively custom properties. Right? So bespoke, put them on, you can attach them onto a class, and put them on an object. We've done all that work, and then it comes out in Jade. What do we do then? The answer is nothing. But our customers are like your customers as well, have a really clear understanding of what they want. It's really, really simple. They want this system. Okay? They want the system that says, I don't want to do anything, I want you to do it for me, but it's really complicated. So they want a system that has one button that says, just do it. And they want it done. Not much fun. So we came up with some sort of, actually we didn't really come up with them, they were more by necessity than anything else. We came up with sort of 3 areas that we tried to be standard or to make things simpler for ourselves. Site management, we need access to people's servers, especially if they're remote. We put some tools together, which you'll see in a second. We wanted to do away with having to know how to start and stop a service in Windows, for example. How do I configure a TLS option for STS? All those sort of things. We tried to make those as simple as possible. We also, on the sites, every site looks the same. So their structure below, if you're an MS-DOS person and still remember file structures and things, below the key part, every system we install looks the same, and so we don't have to configure anything in terms of how it all hangs together. We just do it. Okay. So we standardised on the structure. We migrated all our utilities to .NET because Microsoft seemed to be going that way, and we're followers rather than leaders. Okay. We use Visual Studio for .NET, and also we've standardised on Microsoft Blazor, which is their web development tool sort of thing. And we've got infrastructure in place to manage all that. And on the extended side, we put a call home API in so that they can call us and tell us things about their systems at times if we want them to. And we're getting back the application options. So for example, if I've got a customer who's and we've got a lot of customers in the States and things, if I've got a customer there and they call home, the system will tell me all the options they've got set so I can then see what's happened to them, what they're using. And we load those options into the development environment so we can see who's using each kind of report and things. So that way I can go to the class text and it tells me, all the customers who've used this, and it gives a count of how many times they've used it in the last, recently. So we invested in some, our issues are really about operations and things. So we invested some time to try and make it easier for us, because our customers don't have, as I said to you before, Jade Direct. They can't afford to, well, they choose not to. And also, a lot of our customers, some of them, they're talking about Global Bake or things, they're in places that don't have very good internet. So the thought of going on the cloud is repugnant to them, because if it goes down, if you're a food wholesaler manufacturer and you're manufacturing food for tomorrow's delivery, you're taking most of the orders in between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, whether they come through EDI or whatever way they come in. But if you can't take in orders between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, you're dead in the water. You're not going to make tomorrow's manufacturing, because you've got to start, when they're placing orders at between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, you've already started making what they're going to sell. All right? So you can't be down. If the internet goes down, you're out for a couple of hours, you're stuffed. You can't manufacture. All that goes to waste. You've disappointed all your customers. It's a nightmare. So we developed up a series of utilities to help us operationally manage customers. So this is our server wrapper program. And basically this takes away all the need to know how to do anything. Brave talk from a guy who doesn't know how to do much anyway. So, but you can see the tabs across the top there. We can start and stop the service, so you don't need to have knowledge about that. We can configure up TLS memory options for the Jade INIs. We can look at SDS and the mode of journaled block transfers and things. And so we're allowing ourselves to manage the INIs and things and control them through this one program, not having to go in and edit INIs or whatever. And also it's got the checking that means that you get it right. Anyone tried to configure up TLS across an SDS link yet? No. Anyone under the utilities sheet, I didn't show each sheet. On the utilities sheet, it lets you take ownership of all the files and folders under a directory. So if you're in Windows and you create a new file, it may or may not be visible to someone else, depending on how Windows decides to think. So we just tried to make these things, and who can remember how to go into security on a folder or files and set the properties the right way so the right person can see them? Not me. Only those who've had to do it 1,000 times. Yeah, it's the same thing. Okay. And also, obviously you can see there the top line of buttons, it gets you to all the utility programs we've written. So we've got a wrap around the thin client, a wrap around all these things that just give us an easier way of getting into them. Press the button. Okay. The REST API, we've done a lot of stuff. We had it before REST, we had it in just a straight TCP connection. Now it's a REST API. We're moving with the times, we like to think, sometimes. This lets you automatically download and update. So if you've got an app that's running in Cheviot or Drury, right, you can go into the application, click on this, bring up this form, download a new version of the app, schedule it to run at a certain time, and it will automatically do a backup, run it, apply the update, and it's all done, in theory. But 99.9% of the time that's true, okay? And we get back, it also calls back and tells us the results of that process. So we've sort of managed that as well. The one which is the most pain for us is the upgrader, when we have to upgrade Jade versions. I'm sure you've all suffered through the fun of upgrading Jade versions, those of you who aren't on Jade Direct. Sorry, Ross. I was doing better there, was I? Yeah. So we've developed an upgrader process which we just run on the client's machine, and it automatically does all these checks and things. So it checks the .NET, checks that everything's right, checks that it looks okay, and downloads all the files it needs. So when Jade releases a new version or when 2024 comes out, we'll come out with some instructions about how to upgrade it. We take those and manually follow them, okay, through the upgrader program. Okay. You run it once, it checks everything. You run it the second time, it does everything. Okay, and it comes up with a plan, you know. Here we are. Oh, oh yeah, I'm 2 behind. Sorry about that. It comes up with a plan which has got all the steps that are required to actually execute the install. So that means, so disable the service, because some of our customers, you have to remember, quite a few customers, as I'm sure many of you know, are gifted. So when the system's not running for 5 minutes, they decide to reboot the server just in case. So we had to disable the service as the first step in the process. So they couldn't, if they did restart the server, it wasn't going to restart the system in some half, baked shape. Take a backup, copy in the files that you need to, apply the updates, all the things like that. And the upgrader will also, you can run it on a primary or an SDS or an SDS RPS, and it will upgrade to each step and reload the journals and things, and you just run it again and it carries on. So, in terms of summary, as it were, for want of a better word, we've still got largely manual processes across all our customers because just the size of them and the money they're not willing to pay for us to do things. It does minimise the opportunity for error, so we have tried to stop causing problems at smaller sites because we stuff up the database or do something bad. And obviously the 6-month Jade releases, for example, like, you've got to be joking. You cannot be serious, When they started the 6-month Jade releases, we were still on 7.1. We hadn't even got up to 20. Now we're on 20. We're stuck on 20 because this new language got introduced in 20.2, and so we can't go up because if we start using that, we'll be in trouble with some of our customers. So we have customers who are currently, I would say, on 6.3, 7.1, no 16, no 18s, 20.0, oh sorry, I keep getting it wrong, 20.1, 20.2, 22.1, 22.2, and probably there may be someone on 22.3, I think, because I saw that the other day in a list. So we can't move as fast as some of you can, hopefully. And the last thing is, the last thing is not on the slides. So as much as I regret asking it, because these two people here have decided to pick on me, are there any questions? No? Good.
Marketers, huh?
I'm retiring.
How do you find supporting all those industries that you've got? So you're sort of fishing, baking, so your support team has to know about all those nuances of those industries?
Yeah, I guess there's two parts to that. One is we're really lucky that all our applications are on the same infrastructure, the same framework. So they all look exactly the same, they all operate exactly the same way, they all use the same security, form handling and things, and not very well is the answer to your question. So yeah, the apps that were listed in the second sort of line or third line were less frequently accessed. And to be fair also, and sort of big kudos to the Jade people who are here, Jade, as all of you know, is basically bulletproof. Right? It doesn't break. So we had a customer recently running on an AWS server with other customers as well, so we run a few on the same server, and their system had been up for I think it was 15 months their system had been up for. And the reason it fell over, which you should know about probably, is someone did a port scan and Jade's app server crashed because the port scan was bad data. But basically it had run for 15, 18 months or something or other without requiring anything done to it. And that's a real bonus for us. Okay. And the framework also, I was scared by John's comment that he has a class with 400,000 lines. It's like, so then I thought, I must check and see what ours is. So we've only got 1.1 million lines of code, and we're running ERP systems for all those industries. And we have a staff of 9 at the moment, so we don't even need many people because John Baird's framework was so good, in my opinion. I also asked the guys, you know, there was recently, you would have all seen it and you would have all coughed into your coffee lattes in the morning, the gun registry system, right? They were talking about putting it in. It was going to cost, I think, was it 200 million or something? I swear we could do if we had addresses, people, guns and transfers, I could have that system running in 4 hours with full security, full log on, full everything. And then they go and spend, even 20 million would be, you know, I'd be happy with that. I'd share it, of course. We'd have Jug in Fiji next year.
Yes! Love that idea. Any others? You're scared of me now.
Yeah.
It sounds like you have, very silly customers. Marketers are all about getting the right customer, the right message in front of the right customer at the right time. So maybe we should.
Our guys can't read.
But perhaps. But yeah, thank you very much, Kerry. I'm okay. Our next speaker is actually currently in the US being an amazing person to his customers and taking care of them really well, Callum Baird from Abel. But he did want to be a part of today, so he sent us a video. So without further ado.
I'm Callum. I'm the head of development and direction at Abel Software. I'm not going to give you a spiel about what we do. For those of you that want to find that out, you can go to our website, abelsoftware.com. I prefer to be presenting live at Jug, however our services are required in the US at the same time. So we made the call to pre-record it. As it's not my preference, but you got to do what you got to do. Right, so anyway, my talk today is to hopefully convey why we committed to a second round of skinning our Jade product. Let's crack into it. Obviously, there's an element of biting the bullet. You're committing money and significant resource, but honestly, bang for buck, you can't really beat a UI refresh. We've got about 2,000 screens, and yeah, it's a fair bit of work, but it's a drop in the bucket compared to the alternatives. And so for us, yeah, it was a no-brainer, and we had the benefit of going through this before and seeing the positive outcomes before. It's not just about future-proofing your market position. There's also numerous positive impacts something like this can have on your business, specifically your employees. For example, the confidence and sense of pride that comes with selling something new and shiny. And for us specifically, it's going to provide a really impactful, visible improvement to work with when trying to entice our customers to sign up for an upgrade. You're not just dealing with showing them the release notes. It shows your staff that you're investing in the future. It's good for your culture, creates anticipation, gets people excited, gives people something to talk about. It actually makes hiring easier if you've got a product that looks fresh and modern. So one thing in particular that I really enjoy about the process is that first look at the new design and the holy shit, are we really gonna do that? The excitement I get from knowing it can be done and that people will think, wow, that's a big change. In my opinion, the more impact it has on your customers, the better. Something new to look at, better ways to or the opportunity to create better ways to streamline how they're going to use the product. I'm sure we all remember the times where, Windows would come out with a new version and we'd all moan about how it's not as good as the old version, but eventually no one wants to go back. Next thing I want to talk about is working with Jade. I think the thing to know is that, Gray and Logan, they will take the time to make sense of what you have provided and will go as big as you let them and then go a bit bigger. They might not see it this way, but I like to think of it as disruptive design, and that it makes you rethink the UX of your software, the usability of your software. I personally love what they come up with, even though sometimes it does mean, especially for me, and probably for you as well, taking a big breath after you've had that view, and because you've got to go to the big boss at some point and tell them that it's not going to work like that anymore. And that big boss in my case is my father, so that makes it even harder. But to be honest though, I just gave up telling him after a while. It was just easier. The other thing is, make sure you give them plenty to work with. Good screenshots. Take the time to explain why things are designed the way they have been and how the end user does their work. Once you've seen the designs, it's comforting, I guess, or it's the benefit of working with Jade on something like this is that they've already run those designs past their technical people to make sure that they can be done. And specifically it's BJ, Brian, and if you don't know Brian, well, you bloody well should. I think it's important to realise too that, just by the way, I'm not getting paid to say this, but I think it's really important to realise that Jade have your best interests at heart, because your success adds to their success. They want you to get an awesome reaction from your customers. They want your sales to grow because that license revenue trickles down to them as well. They want your success stories to tell to other customers. Lastly, I can't thank Logan and BJ enough for delivering above and beyond what we were, especially while we were all under pressure. I don't know what time BJ was working till while he was in the UK, or he might even still be in the UK, but everything we asked for soon arrived, regardless of his other commitments. And same goes for you, Logan. Thank you. And I sincerely mean it when I say this, that these guys deliver incredible value and fantastic to work with. I do not say that often, so thank you. I'm going to give you a few before and after pictures, or slides rather, of what we've done. I'll do my best to whip through these. I always seem to take too long. Before I start though, I think one of the things that I really want to point out is that when you first enter this design process, or at least when you first get to see what you're working with, it really does allow you to think outside the box for ways where you can add a better user experience for your customers. It's not all about just how it looks. In our case, we had a really, really good opportunity to add a lot of good UX, and I'll try to talk through that. So this is our sign-on screen. This is our old sign-on screen, there was nothing wrong with it. It was actually, we really liked it when it came out. But that was, I think it's nearly 6 years ago when that first skin was done. This is our new sign-on screen, which if you compare it to the old one, let's flick back a couple of times. It's a lot fresher looking. It's got a lot more design going on. It's got the mountains in the background. It's got the curved corners. It's got less things on it. It's just a cleaner, nicer design. The next screenshot is of our old, what we refer to as our document screen. This is a screen that is a very prominent type of screen. We've probably got 200 or 300 document screens in Abel. This is the old one. I want you to take particular note of this area up here, which was called the accounts and posting information, which no one really knew what it was, because you can see there's no labels in there to say what any of these fields actually are. And the other thing is along the top here, these are our function buttons, which each screen that you've configured in Abel, you can configure specific functions that relate to that object or to that screen. They might be, looking at some communications against this document. It might be a way to quick navigate somewhere else or to pull up some information. So this is where the big work was done. So this is our new main screen layout. The big thing, obviously two really big things here. For a document screen, the really big thing is the fact that this has all been changed, and we now have this custom control here, which really speaks a lot more to the end user about what status this document is at, and also this is the way you now control what's the statuses that the document's going to go to. So these are actually controls. You can click on these to change the status of the document. The other thing we did is, as you can see, is we repositioned all of the function buttons that were on the previous screen along the top here, and put them into this panel on the left-hand side, which we refer to as the navigator panel. And when we did that, and the initial design only had one panel there, it didn't have, we've actually ended up with 5 panels, which has allowed us to add a lot of extra or additional user experience improvements to our product. And we also cleaned up the top as much as we could to remove text didn't need to be there. They could be replaced with little icons. That freed up space to also have a global search, which is still a work in progress, but we've got it working. We just haven't finished it yet. So it's going to be a way where you can search through anything, through your menus, through your objects, through whatever's relevant for that particular user who's signed on. We look through their security to work out what data would be of interest to them. Tim is working on that currently. So they're the big changes here. This is our old client maintenance screen. It's much the same as the last one you saw. The reason I've got this one in here is because the new version of it has what we call our voyage panel, which is essentially a breadcrumb, just to show the user which screens they've been to in what order. So they started their day at this screen and they're currently on this screen. And just gives them a quick way to go back to a screen they were on previously. They click on one of these, it launches the screen immediately, populates it with data, so they can go back and say, oh, what was that document I was looking at, and what did it, something about it that you want to find out quickly without having to go back through your menu and find it all again. It's another really good UX improvement. This is this screen here is a modal or a small screen that pops up when you want to run a report. Once again, working with Logan and Gray, we gave them the brief of what we'd use that for and what all these tabs meant, and they took all that information and completely turned it on its head, which for us was a bit of a shock when we first saw it. It actually took me a while to come to terms with the new design, which is this. So the new design, I'll just flick back to the old one. It doesn't have this favourites menu at the top. We got rid of that, so we got rid of a bit of clutter at the top. The first thing it does is say, hey, what report are you running? Do you want to make this a favourite or edit your favourites? These are your parameters that you want to enter for your report. And this is the output or the format that you want your report to be in, which of course makes perfect sense, but for whatever reason we had it the other way around for nearly 20 years now. So that's that one. Nothing more. This is the 5th panel on the far right here, and the little orange one. This is the quick links panel. This idea actually came from another bit of software that was demoed to us. I won't tell you what it was. And the customer said that one of the frustrations they had was the people that set this software up for them hadn't given them any access to modify their menus. So their menus were all a bit disjointed as far as our concern, didn't make a hell of a lot of sense. But they said we don't use them anyway because we can just add any particular screen that's on the menu to our, I think it was called a shortcuts panel in that system, so the shortcuts panel, and just give us a really quick way of going to the screens that we use every day. And this is on a per user basis. So we did the same, and we just think it's a great idea. We just made it really super simple. So if you're on a screen and you want to add that screen to the quick links, you just click on the little link down here, and boom, it's added on there, and you're good to go. And you can rearrange the order of these, obviously, and delete the ones you don't want. What else we got? Our reports panel. This was actually a really big change because previously in our old system, if we go back to an old screen, this is all we had here was a reports button, and when you clicked on that button, it popped up the old reports modal, which is that one. And the only way you can see what other reports you've got configured for your screen was to click on this combo box, and you'd see the ones down there in that list and pick it from there. Whereas in the new version, any given time you can have a look at your panel and see what reports you've got. It also displays any favourites that you might have saved and you want to run really quickly. You just click on those and it launches that new report modal, which is obviously that one. And that's it from the screenshots. Right, the last thing is just a little bit of advice. If you're going to go through something like this, just from my perspective, obviously, we're all different. But be brave. Change is good. Keep things fresh. I mean, who wants to look at the same thing every day for 10 years? Maybe don't tell that to your girlfriend, but another thing is that know that the Jade design team, are way better at design than you are, and especially when you consider the fact that you're designing a UI for your software. I mean, not everybody has those skills, and these guys now have done plenty of these conversions where they've turned something old to look into something new. And I can tell you from my experience, they do a great job. Also, if you're going to do something like this, it's a really good time to hire a new developer to get them familiar with your product. We happened to do that. We didn't do it in line with knowing that we're going to go do the skins change, but it's worked out really well. You know, the work. Yes, there's a reasonable amount of work to do when you do these skin changes, but it's not that complex. And it's a great way to get somebody familiar with your product and give them a lot of exposure to your product and get them onboarding. It's a good way to onboard them, I guess. Or go and get a computer science student. We actually had one of those too, and that worked out well. And just do it. You know, you won't regret it. You'll be proud of the result. Your team will be proud of it. That's good for everybody. Yeah, that's it. Thanks for listening to me. I hope some of this was helpful, and I will miss joining you guys for a beer this evening. So, yeah, thanks a lot.
So, there we go. It's a shame that we couldn't have Callum here today, but just to kind of echo what he was saying kind of at the end of his video, there are, probably a lot of skills that we have at Jade that could be of benefit to our partners and our customers, particularly those of you who, maybe have some smaller teams or are experiencing, it's time for a change. So, definitely talk to us tonight. Obviously there won't be any questions and answers for Callum because he's not going to be here today, but absolutely the next time he's around, please tell him what a great job he did on that video because I think that was wonderfully said. Pardon me. All right, now I'd like to introduce our next speaker. You're gonna love our next speaker. Our next speaker is so good and so fabulous. Oh man, I'm just going to bring out the speaker. So big round of applause for the next speaker. The next speaker is me. Next speaker is me, yeah. Make things happen. Oh, I got the clicker. Fabulous. There we are. Speaker is me. I'm here today to talk to you guys about something that we're going to call it the talent flow. And this is an issue that you guys have brought to our attention many times. This has been a subject of discussion at Jugs in the past, and that is the lack of kind of Jade developers out there in the wild. Currently, we have a few vehicles in which we are developing new developers. At Jade, we host a course internally, in person, in Christchurch. It's 1 week long, and we do that annually or twice a year. In addition to that, there are actually 3 tertiary institutions. We have the University of Canterbury, Southern Institute of Technology, and Mass University, who teach some aspect of Jade as part of their curriculums. What we're looking to do now is, of course, take on some of your feedback and your concerns and make improvements to this area. So we're first looking internally, and what we're doing is we're looking at the course that we are offering in our facility. We are updating our course material. And we are a part of me wants to say upskilling, but this person doesn't need upskilling, and that person has already been mentioned, BJ, Brian Johnstone. He's teaching the Jade course this year, he may have taught, any hands? Has he taught anybody in this room? There we are. We have a few people that he has taught. Great teacher. He would be here today to tell you himself what a great teacher he is, but he is actually teaching right now in the UK. So that's that's what I was alluding to earlier, talking about kind of skills that we could be bringing into your businesses. BJ is currently teaching at Skipton. And he's there for he's been there for a while, I feel. Yeah, he's 2 weeks all up, a bit more of an intensive course than usual. But he is, able to go into other companies and give bespoke training, kind of depending on what you and your devs need. In fact, I believe he is due to be going to see you guys at AWTA. He'll be going to Australia. So that's some of the things that we're doing on our end. So we are still going to be having the annual courses, but we are looking to, as I said, improve the material and improve kind of the, we're going to make sure that we kind of get BJ out to kind of see you guys as well in order to help with that training. Another thing that we're doing, I mentioned earlier that there are tertiary institutions that teach Jade. And our relationship with them has been, I'd say, good, great, maybe. We even have contributed Jade prizes to some of these institutions. And our relationship, from our end, it would mean that somebody from Jade would go to these prize ceremonies and introduce ourselves and try to make sure that we're getting some exposure in front of the students. But that's not quite enough. What we're doing now is we're trying to have a better, deeper relationship with the tertiary institutions. For instance, we have somebody from Mass University here with us today, lecturer. Very great to see you. We'll be chatting soon. And as well, we want to get to know the students who are coming out of these programs. We want to be able to help the institutions with their curriculums if they have any questions about Jade, to make sure that they themselves are best resourced in order to teach about it in the best possible way. So lots of really exciting things to be happening in these spaces. Other things that we're trying to do is we are just trying to make our existing resources more accessible and better. This is a screenshot of our new, shiny new Developer Center. Who's visited our Jade Developer Center? Yeah. Well, I encourage you guys to kind of visit it again soon. We've just redone the entire thing, and we're looking to add more and more resources. In fact, we've just published another white paper, I think, just a few weeks ago. So that's another area in which we're looking to kind of give you guys more, more resources in the space. Another thing that we're doing is we're actually just finally joining kind of social media. We're kind of just looking into that area to be like, what's this? What are we going to do with this? The idea with LinkedIn, actually, is we looked at how do people recruit for jobs? How do HR professionals find people for their companies? And a lot of them, of course, use LinkedIn. That's not news. So what we encourage everybody here to do is to look at your LinkedIn profiles, and some of you have done this already, and be sure to kind of add Jade as a skill. So Jade is a skill that you can now add to your LinkedIn profiles. And the more people that do this, the better. We do want to have a nice big community of Jade users. And what this means for those who are looking for people with Jade skills is that HR professionals who have like a more premium version of LinkedIn will be able to kind of search based on skill. So they can search for Jade skills and then see everybody that has those skills, and then select those people who have, selected I'm available to work in order to kind of help with that recruitment process. So we are looking at LinkedIn more broadly in order to kind of help HR professionals with their recruitment processes in order to kind of help fill this gap. We're also looking at certification. So LinkedIn, there's a space for you to put skills. There's also a place for you to put certification. So we're looking into it. We are actually going to have more conversations with the tertiary institutions because we still need to make decisions in terms of like what will qualify people for this certification and things like that. But it will mean that, for a lot of the people here in this room, I'd say kind of all of you, would be able to kind of say, I have a certification in Jade, and be able to kind of say that proudly. And even doing stuff like this, I think really telegraphs how great we are further, and I'm really excited about it. I would very much like everybody here to kind of mention that they are skilled with Jade on their LinkedIn profiles. And in fact, if you do so and let me know by the end of the day, I'll probably give you a prize. So please do that. That would be absolutely wonderful. Another thing that just wanted to quickly touch on when I'm talking about kind of talent flow is the idea of ideal qualifications. When we've had these discussions about what to do about the fact that we don't have a lot of Jade developers out in the wild, we get asked, what are the ideal qualifications for a Jade dev? I want to hire someone. What are the ideal qualifications? And I know Pete Smith and I have had these conversations. And the idea, it really is, Jade is so easy to pick up, right? Yeah, everybody start nodding, I'm right. That the idea is really like, our advice is find someone that fits with your culture and your business goals and really recruit for those sorts of things. The Jade knowledge will come. Anybody with any sort of programming background whatsoever could probably come into learning Jade and pick it up fairly easily. And I might pick on you, Damien, right now, to kind of say, was that not your experience?
Well, I did find...
No, be flattering.
I've been here for programming in Jade for about 9 months.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's taken that long for me to wear the senior programmer hat. It has taken quite a while for me to, I guess, fly.
9 months isn't a lot of time. I mean, it's a time to gestate a human, but at the same time.
I mean, 9 months ago, I felt like a beginner again. Like, get my if statements wrong, and yeah. So it just took a while just to memorize syntax and yeah.
Well, that went very well as I would have expected. I asked a colleague, you picked up Jade fairly recently, fairly quickly, and it didn't get picked up on the microphone, but yes, he agreed and said 100%. So that worked out very well. No, I'm kidding, and I am going to actually repeat what you just said. It took you'd say about 9 months to kind of feel very proficient as kind of a senior dev in Jade. What were you programming in before? .NET.
So I was doing...
yeah, quite different.
I was in C# for 15 years.
Oh, C#. Good background. Very good background. But anyway, welcome to the family.
Thank you.
We are, of course, thinking about the future, and we are thinking about how we can further address this situation. So we do want to continue conversations. So if you guys have any suggestions on how we can help train your devs or what sorts of skills you need, let us know, please, so that we can start kind of developing the materials needed, curriculum needed, in order to kind of make sure that we are populating the world with amazing Jade devs. Yeah, so anyway, that's pretty much, that's me. So we acknowledge we've got an issue. We are kind of working on what we can in order to handle the processes which we have in place, trying to make improvements. And we've also got many other resources at the new Developer Center. And yeah, we're looking at more modern resources like LinkedIn in order to kind of help with this situation. So that's it. So does anybody have any questions? Now, I'm going to need someone else to be the lounge singer microphone person if anybody has any questions. You there, great. Anybody have any questions about this or any comments? Or just to tell me I'm fabulous? We have one question over here.
No, actually, I teach Jade, and Jade is a fabulous language. My students love it.
Fabulous.
Yeah. The only issue I've had, and I'm so thankful I've come today, is that my students worry, what will I get out of learning Jade?
Yeah, yeah.
So there are lots of organizations which are using Jade, so I've made a list of it. So thank you, So it's, and I feel that Jade is very easy to learn. Because I learned it by myself.
Yes.
And and I learned it 20 years back, so it's been some time. But it's a very easy environment. It's got no bells and whistles. It's just simple, straightforward, very clean environment.
Yeah, I completely agree, as someone who actually isn't a programmer but a marketer. However, I will actually thank you so much for speaking out, because one of the reasons, one of the things I wanted to mention is the fact that one of the new things that we're doing is we are offering, for the first time, I believe, a prize at Massey.
We used to get that prize earlier.
We used to get the prize, but we're bringing it back.
better
yeah.
than ever. And as well, we want to be equipping you with material, like you
Yes.
said, like lists of companies that have Jade in their tech stack and things
Yeah.
like that, so that we are making Jade a more attractive prospect for potential students.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah. Careful.
Just a quick one on online forums and things like that.
Yes.
Where you can post. I know you've got this. You have an
Yeah.
old system there. I don't know if anyone posts there, but an online community where you can ask colleagues questions and
Yeah,
things.
you're not the first person to express that. I mean, do you want to say anything, Angie, to that?
So part of this piece of work actually includes how we sort of re-engage with the community, and that's not just the people in this room, but every developer around the world that uses Jade.
Yeah.
So what John is actually going to say in some of his closing remarks is some of the channels that we're going to be thinking about introducing this year. So it is part of the plan. You will hear a little bit about it today, but it is evolving, so your feedback will be welcome.
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, cool. Sound good? Sounds good. Okay, thanks, guys. Oh, actually, it's the panel. Yeah. Oh. So super fun. All right. For our next, no reason for me to get off the stage. For our next presentation, we are going to have a panel discussion with 4 of our most capable Jade staff. Come on up, guys. Don't be scared. All right.
So it's just questions from all of you or any of you about anything that we're doing. Anything you've seen today?
Why isn't John wearing a t-shirt? It does say Jade somewhere. There you go.
I got one. So I just said someone moved to another language from Jade. I said, what's some of the differences there? And he said, one thing I've got is AI built into the language, so it's automatically completing if statements. You can start. Did everyone hear that?
No, do it again.
Okay. So someone just moved from Jade to another language, and I said, what's some of the differences? And he said, this modern language is completing my if statements and automatically completing what I need to do via AI. So any plans in that area?
Looks like it's me answering that. No, I think is the right answer. I think going forward, our focus won't necessarily be in the language, so you won't necessarily see extensions to the language. I don't think that's where we're going to put our resources in the short term, other than autocomplete that's already there.
No, correct. Actually, there was a discussion in the session we had this morning, I think, actually, Matt asked, so not specifically around the language. There's been some interest expressed from a few people, and it came up again this morning, about the idea of how could we perhaps increase even like source code reviews or just advice or stuff around that. It's not specifically maybe as interactive, but if you had a piece of J code, for example, and you could say, suggest any improvements on this, or something almost like a more advanced chatbot or something perhaps, right? One of the challenges that we have in that area, I mean, this is there's not a huge amount of Jade source code, right, out on the internet that the bots have been able to, the open AIs and everything have been able to hoover up. So it's sort of been thinking about how could we do that. But I mean, within the room, I mean, if we add up, I think I did some of the just internal systems we have at Jade, there's several million lines of code there. I mean, if you add up all of the source code that we all sort of have available in the room, we've got enough where you potentially be able to fine-tune a model. So the stuff, this is by no means suggesting a roadmap. This is all just floating around up here somewhere. It'll fall out on a whiteboard at some point. But I'm thinking I'd just be interested to test the appetite if we actually, and obviously privacy concerns and everything aside, if we could pull a bunch of source code together into a RAG system or a pot where we could fine-tune some models. What you need, though, is the human feedback then around that. It reminds me of something that we actually did 10 years ago when I was out in the wilderness on the Wynyard journey, when we had to actually pretty much automatically try and train named recognition algorithms, right? Similar to what the LLMs are doing in the demo you saw me earlier. We would create all these training sets. You remember, Richard Mitchell used to split them all up, and we'd all get these spreadsheets that we would have to sit there and literally on a weekend go through 1,000 rows and go, yes, that's a this, and no, that's a that. But I wondered if we pulled a whole lot of source code together and sliced it up, who'd be keen to sort of participate? No, I've got half an hour, I'll sign on and do, 5 code reviews on it and write some comments in. If we could collectively do all of that, you could imagine the feedback, the training pot that we could pull up, that I think, and as a community project, we could, collectively actually maybe not get quite to the level that the co-pilots are at, but produce something really, really capable.
Even before all that,
yep.
there were some really obvious things like, multiple calls to the same thing in it.
Yep.
Should be a local variable. There are some really obvious things that you could start with where you could run something that would say, hang on, this is crap. Do it this way. I think, without even the feedback.
Correct. Yes, you're right. Probably, like a linter. A number of people good.
Static code analysis would be great. One thing I enjoy with other languages is the tool called Prettier, which basically reformats your code. That would be a great thing to see in Jade, that you could just basically, it would standardise the layout of your code to the standard format. Would be great.
So if we go to the next question, it just occurred to me, I haven't introduced ourselves, so you probably don't know some of us. Dean and I have, I've got the mic here. So there's a few of us that are actually in new roles or have started since the last Jug. So I'll start. I'm Andy Todd. I'm the business lead for the platform. I started about 2 weeks before last Jug, so you may have seen me at the Jug, but not in a speaking role. We've also got Matt here as one of our senior developers. Would you like to introduce yourself, or I can?
You can go.
No, you go. Off you go.
Yeah, so I'm Matt. I've been at Jade now for coming up on 7 years, and then that whole time I've been in the plant. Worked through various things, compiler, through to versioning, model maintenance, do a lot of the DevOps stuff, so just pretty general background in how the product works now. Yep.
And he's very humble. He does a lot more than that.
So for those of you who don't know me, I'm John Richards. I've been managing the plant for the last 8 years. But as of last month, I have a new role. My job title is now Head of Platform Engagement. There you go. I got it.
And actually, does everyone know what does that acronym spell?
Yeah, we don't worry.
John is a
hope.
Right. Okay. Right. So our other hope, which is Hugh McColl, fell off his bike, which is why he's not here. So that wasn't. Anyway, so what's changed is that I'm no longer responsible for the developers. So I don't have people like Matt reporting to me. So I've got more time on my hands. So there's going to be 2 new areas for me to focus on. One is quality. And that's not because I think quality is poor at the moment. I'm really happy and very proud of what quality we've maintained over the last 8 years. But with people like Dean on board, we're going to see a lot of change, and my focus will be on maintaining that quality while that change happens. So that's a big focus. And the other focus is on becoming a better feedback from customers and partners and representing them in terms of the roadmap and where we're going. So that's where I'm going to be in the future. Over to you.
I'm Dean. I'm back as Director of Technology. You saw me earlier. For those, I think I know a lot of people in the room, but I go back to when it was called Link, way back in the early days. So I was in the original Jade R&T, and then I was away for almost 10 years to the month, nearly, when I came back, out in the wilderness and a few other places. So I'm back. You made it sound like I'm back. Are you my guardrail, John? Make sure I don't mess anything up. No, Actually, some of the changes that John was talking about in the plant, I think, what part of the goal, and certainly John, to be really, really clear, is part of the senior leadership in the plant, and will always remain that way, and has a huge amount of influence across the team. A lot of what we're doing is basically creating some new roles to give opportunity for people like Matt and a few others in the plant and that to sort of have more influence and just sort of leadership experience on that. Get them up on more panels like this and out in front of customers, Matt. I'm sure he loves it. But it's creating that space. But yeah, John is very much part of that leadership group and still has a lot of influence across all of the people there, all of the years holding the team together and everything, John. And I think certainly for me, the time that John's able to focus now getting out into the partner community, just having lots more conversations with him. I think John has quite a unique position in the community because he's not only been run the Jade Platform team, the actual R&D team for many, many years, but John was almost like an internal partner in a way because many of you know he ran the JMT product development team inside Jade for many, many years as well. And so he actually has a lot of experience on both sides of the fence and knows what it is to build the product and also what it is to actually operate in a way like many of our partners and you folks here do, running teams at that scale. So he brings a lot of insights in, and he's a great sounding board for me to test ideas. Oh, John, what do you think about that? None of them bloody want that, Dean, jeepers, so it's great.
That's a really good impression of John.
Was it? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So, yeah.
On a historical note, young Dean here, when he was a lot more junior, came with us up to Auckland, I don't know, probably nearly 30 years ago now, and introduced Jade. We stood on a platform very much like this, and we did a demo of Jade. Close the loop, yeah.
Now,
you're back.
Now Matt's starting.
So just a quick reminder, guys, this is the questions and answers. So over to you guys. It's like, where are they now? Reunited session. Yeah.
Any questions from anyone? I mean, I know we've been doing it all day, but just wondering if there's any burning questions that
There's no questions. We'll just keep reminiscing.
Yeah. Oh, just thank you. Oh,
give that man a prize.
Yeah, for sure.
So at Jade, there's a lot of people who know a lot of things, and how do we need to, and we just need help with certain things. So, but we don't know where to go. Do we log something with Passes, or do I contact you, Andy, or do I?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I think this is part of what John's role has been designed to help us with, is that we are. As part of our reorganisation last year, we've become a technology business unit, and that business unit doesn't just include development of the Jade platform, it also includes the services that we can offer on top of it. So we've got Mariann who can offer marketing services, we've got Gray in the design team who can do everything from reskinning to helping you work through UX on our website. So we've now got these services as part of our technology unit that are available to the Jade community. How you actually ask for those support and services can come through a number of ways. So we have the contact us on the website. You're also going to have personal relationships with John. You've got relationships with myself, some of you. All those things are open to you. So it doesn't really matter how it gets to us. We just want it to actually get to us. So whatever's easiest for you. LinkedIn, yeah, there you go. Okay. Mariann will check those for us.
Yeah.
But John will be in touch with everyone over the course of over time anyway. Our goal this year around that, what we're doing with this role, what we're doing with this community, is really trying to get that re-engagement back from our side, so being more proactive about how we can be of service to you. I think Callum actually said it in his thing, your success is our success. We're really proud of what we do. We're really proud of what you all do, and we want to be sharing that as a community.
Yeah, so just one challenge.
Yeah.
So I'm sure other people have all done it before. So we're just moving into the browser. We're getting a login, and people are saying now we need multi-factor authentication on there. And I'm sure heaps of other people have done it, and we don't want to reinvent the wheel. We just give us the code, and we'll.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's two parts to that. Part of what we've seen today is the people that have stood up here and presented, they're all very open to sharing what they've done. So if you wanted to talk to them directly, they can share things.
But I think it's more than that. The whole community, I think all of you are ready to share what you've done. If you've solved a problem before, we want to create a channel that you can actually say, hey, I've done this. If anyone wants to use it, here's a way you can use that yourselves. So we'll be creating some channels that can do that. John will touch on a few of those things. We're just starting that process now. We understand that the Jedi system, it's great, but it hasn't really given us that interaction in the speedy time frames that we would really like to do. So we'll be reviewing that very shortly. And for these exact reasons, we want to be able to get solutions to you faster, and it doesn't have to be coming from us, it can be coming from anywhere around the community.
Yeah, so to follow on with that, often what we might do is put you in touch with another partner or another that's done that particular role. Sometimes things that you're looking at, we as a company haven't done, but we know of people who have. So we're just trying to build from what is quite a small community, just get it better connected.
Yeah. Short answer, if Passes works for you, use Passes. If emailing one of us works, email us. If calling us works, we've all got phones.
Just is the driver the thing you're looking for? Almost like how do we? Where's the forum? It's just if we could it's outside of a specific issue and a ticket. It's like the forum to share.
Maybe someone else out there.
No. Yeah, that's okay.
Facebook sometimes, and
it's
all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, we've all had chats about that. I mean, if the best way for it is for us to kickstart the mechanism, there's certainly not all the content. I mean, the thing that's been clear for. I mean, this is my first jug for about 11 years. It's been fantastic. I mean, all of the presentations have been fantastic. And the thing that struck me through all of them is, to your point, the amount of solved problems with some really fantastic, pragmatic approaches and solutions that have come out and everything. There's great stuff to share. So if everyone feels that the best way for us to do it, for that to happen is for us to create some of the initial channels and seed them, then that's, I think everyone's thinking a lot about that.
Yeah. I think we had a bit of a chat around the SSO work. That's something we've done as part of the platform, but it's sort of a component. It's not part of the platform, it's something we're doing on top of. So how to release that actually triggers a lot of this. So if everyone else has got things they want to release that aren't part of the platform but work with the platform, we need a way to share that, and that is along the way.
Just on the topic of different platforms and channels and all that, Sam mentioned it before, but for those in the room who aren't aware, there was a Facebook group set up a while back. It isn't. I mean, it's only as active as much as people participate in it. So, however many channels get kickstarted, they're only going to be. They're only going to live if people participate. But if someone was interested in helping with that particular channel, one of the admins is leaving the Jade community. So if someone wanted to volunteer to help with that in general, then let me know.
And that isn't run by Jade, so it's
it's community-led.
It's community-led.
But it does sort of raise a question, because on the developer centre side of things, developer-led sort of channels or projects and things like that, there isn't really an area on the developer centre that would sort of make people aware of those things.
Yes.
So that might be something to consider.
It's on the way.
Yeah.
Alrighty, anything else, guys? Anything from this side of the room? I know the panel's all sitting over there, but they will answer questions from this side of the room as well. All right, well, if that's all, then I will thank these gentlemen and say thank you very much. Round of applause.
There you go, Matt. I told you it wouldn't be too hard today.
Although I'll make John stay.
Actually, before we hand over to John for closing remarks, I'd just like to just ask everyone, has everyone had a good day today? Yeah, how was the food? Everyone enjoy the food? Yeah, I've heard a lot of clapping today, which is more than I heard from next door, which means we've had a lot of fun.
Yeah, ours was way better than their conference. Way better.
All these things don't happen just by themselves. They actually really take a lot of coordination. So I'd like to really thank Mariann for everything she's done today. This wouldn't have happened without her. So on behalf of the Jade user group community, thank you very much.
You don't have to, but thank you.
Thanks, Mariann.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right, I'll shush. No, but honestly, I also want to really thank all of our presenters. Some of them alluded to the fact that I strong-armed them into presenting, and I definitely did. So I really appreciate the fact that they came up to share their stories. Yeah, oh man, it's like getting to the end of the day. I'm getting emotional. But yeah, I'll let John deliver his closing remarks then. Go, take it away.
Thank you. I've got 3 things I want to cover, and I said that up front because if I get carried away, someone will remind me that I've missed one of them. Yes, so number 1, Kerry alluded to release management and release structure and cadence earlier. And that's a thing that we experimented with in 2022. So what we'd like to do is ask for some feedback at this stage as we're thinking about reviewing that structure and that cadence. So that will be coming out in the next 2 or 3 weeks. Yep. The other thing we talked about a minute ago was Jedis, and I think I'd like to start this bit with an apology. We haven't been as active with Jedis as we have in the past. Number of factors around that. One is obviously we've had quite a structural change internally, and that has disrupted some of that activity. And the other one is underneath Jedi is a product called AHA, and we're going to move away from that for getting feedback, getting your ideas in. But we haven't replaced it yet. We haven't found what we're going to replace it with, but it is coming, where you will see something new in place of Jedi. And we will be reviewing the existing Jedis, so they won't be thrown away or anything. We will be looking at those. And we are committed to a sort of a multi-channel approach to development. So one of the things Dean's keen on is a sort of a new feature, a big feature channel, but also a smaller feature channel that is fed from your feedback. So that will be coming. Am I up to, Kerry? What have I done? I've done 2, have I? MPS. Now, we have used MPS over the last few years to get a feedback. I'd like to thank you because we've had some very good scores on MPS over the last few years. But one of the things that Andy wants to do is get more information. So we're going to be moving from MPS to a CSTAT model, a more customer survey. So you will be getting a survey, it'll just have more questions, and we'll try and get more information from you. But thank you for your support in the past with MPS. So there we go. So a lot of us in our internal group have all got sort of new roles and new focus, and we hope we'll get some benefit of that. And next year we'll see. Hopefully we'll have some really interesting things to show you. So thank you all very much.
Gimme. Yes, so I think that we're about to just kind of wrap up, and I think we can start with the drinks, which will be great. Those will take place, by the way, downstairs in the hotel bar. So once everybody has stretched their legs or whatever they need to do, just meet us down there, and we'll have a few libations. It'll be very nice. But I did want to award the person who asked kind of the best, contributed conversation the best way. With our prize, we've got a beautiful rain backpack for Mr. Smith. So thank you very much. I love that part of the day. All right, so thank you guys. Thanks.